people who are online. So I want this session to be an interactive. So please, um, you can unmute or use your chat because there are a lot of prompts that I will be asking for you in between to make this discussion more engaging and useful. So, are you ready? Can we start? Make some noise.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So let's start our discussion. So I have a task for you to start with. I request everyone to think on this. So you know that whenever we have some prompt or incomplete sentence, our brain is very capable to complete it. For example, let's complete this sentence and let's see which word first came to your mind. So the incomplete sentence is learning a new language is. Take your time. Whichever word you think would be the next, just type on the chat.
Into
I I request everyone to use chat box to what word you think would be the next word. Just which word first of all came to your mind. Learning a new language is fun, exciting, creativity. Keep on writing whatever word you think. There is uh, no wrong answer about this. So, what next word you think would be most appropriate when you see this word? um learning a new language is. So we have a lot of responses, and you see that our brain is so quick to provide the answer for the next word. And some can say that learning a new language is hard, other can say it's rewarding, exciting, creative, and so on. So we received so many messages. So yeah, learning a new languages and your brain can quickly predict what is the next word. Now let's see the next prompts to give you more context. She was hungry, so she went looking for. So, what do you think? What would be the next word? She was hungry, so she went looking for. Just use your again chat box and give me the word which is coming to your mind. Again, nothing right, no wrong answer. Okay, food, food. Everyone is saying food. Okay, snacks, water. Okay. So the context is she was hungry, so she went looking for. So, of course, you will say that it would be food, snacks, or something related with food. Now, see the next word, next sentence. She was thirsty, so she went looking for. Now, what would be the next word you are thinking? Please, you chat. Now it's water, lime water. Okay. So you got my point. So you see, we everything is same in these two sentences, but there is only the change of one word. From hungry, we change to the thirsty. And you see, the prediction of the next word completely changes. If she was hungry, this is the most important word, which is deciding what would be the next predicted word. So if she was hungry, you are saying that it would be food, restaurant, or apple, or something like that. But if she was thirsty, then she went looking for water, juice, or drink. So you can clearly see that this is the word which is deciding the next word is going to be. And this is how our brain works. And this particular exercise I give you, I hope this give you a glimpse that how we used to create sentences based on the context. So this is, let's consider as a prompt for our AI. And this particular incomplete sentence is considered as a context. So there may be a small change in the one word, but the whole context changes. Everything is same, but there is a change in the word, and that completely changed the context. And our brain, through experiences of learning a language for so many years, 40, 50 years, we learned it through millions of text with all our human experience. But when we talk about machine, they works in a different way. So machine don't have human experience. So we provide all the text to the machine, and based on that text, machine predict what is the most probable word. So how machine actually process it, and machine process these words through language model. And you all are using language model in the form like ChatGPT or Gemini or so on. So language model is a system that predicts the next words in a sequence based on all the words that came before. So we have done this with the use of our brain, but if machine is predicting that next word based on the sequence, then it is called as a language model. So how these language model work? You do this on daily basis. So these language model received a prompt, and then based on that prompt, it predict the probability of the next word. For example, if we say Jayad was hungry, so it predict the probability of next possible word. For example, it can be food, it can be water, and then it pick the word which has the highest probability, let's say food, and that way it generate the next word, and that process keep on repeating until the full sentence is generated, or until the full paragraph is generated, or until the full document is created. So the idea is very simple. These generative AI is just generating the next word based on the context, and they use the probability to predict what would be the most appropriate word. So it's important to understand in the beginning that model does not understand the language like we do. It simply finds the pattern in the billions of words, and based on those pattern it predict the probability, and based on that it produce the next word, and that produce extraordinary results. So you see, in the beginning also it's very important to understand that why AI becomes so important in maybe in last 3 or 4 years. So you see, we are working on machine learning AI from last 30, 40 years. It is important part of computer science. But I hope you all appreciate, all agree with me that this just become an important tool in after we having ChatGPT. So, what do you think? What ChatGPT changes in the whole scenario of AI? What is the most important feature of the ChatGPT that completely changed the picture of the artificial intelligence throughout the world? Can you, anyone, unmute and share your thoughts on that? What changed with ChatGPT? Why ChatGPT become a global trend all over the world, and it changed the way we work forever? What is the main one thing you think is the reason for that? Anyone?
Sir, I think that
Yeah,
it
please.
has made the life simple, simpler, easier.
But there, yeah, but there are multiple tools which can make the life simple. We are using Google Map, we are using so many tools. But why ChatGPT become so much? You can say completely change the paradigm of the way we use the machine.
Yeah,
So
so
there are
good morning, sir. I would like to add here something. Actually, ChatGPT gives us a whole view, like the ideas it's providing. It's like sometimes we think about it, but it just give us some extra things. It just give us a vision. Okay, you can also think like that. So it is a wonderful thing, I think.
okay. So it can reason it. Okay, I got it. Anyone else? There is one simple word I want to highlight in that process. Why ChatGPT becomes so common phenomena in everyone's life, and what is the most important excitement it brings to us when you use ChatGPT first time? What is your moment when you use it first time? So, what was the thing which you think was the most important point when you use it first point and you say, "Wow, what is that?" What was that point?
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, maybe ChatGPT gives to the point answer the one we expected from it. That's the reason it has boomed in last years.
Good. I agree with all of you, but the most important thing that ChatGPT become a movement for each one of us, it's the language. Because first time the machine is able to understand the language. Until this point, the language is considered as a domain which only humanity has developed through millions or billions of years of evolution. But first time we see that there is a machine which can understand the language, which can talk to you in a language that feels like a human. And that is the main thing that changed the whole scenario in terms of AI. AI was doing a lot of things before that. We were having object detection, we were having machine learning models. There are a lot of tools which are already built on AI or machine learning. But first time, AI entered into the domain which we think is very, very human only. And that is the understanding of the language, because no other species has that complex language that we have developed. And if you see the whole development of the humanity, you are language people, you know that what the role of language has performed in the whole humanity development. We able to create the story, we able to tell the whole lot of people about those developments, we able to train our next generation in a better way only by having the language. So language is the most important skill that we only think that it is a human only. But first time we see, oh, there is a machine which can understand my language, which can understand my question, and it can answer me in the same way which I think it's human. And now you see that more and more people are using AI, and now there are a lot of things in which we are using AI as a companion. People prefer to talk more to AI their personal problem as compared to their parents or the friends, because there is no judgment in that. So there are a lot of story on that, but that is the language that changed the whole scenario, and I hope you agree with me. So the whole idea is very important. So still it is generating the language, but it's important to understand that the machine is actually not understanding it the way we understand. When we use the word hungry, we understand what hunger mean, but machine is not understanding what hungry means. It's just generating the next word based on the probability without actually understanding the whole feelings or the context based on that. So every language, you are expert in that. So every language bring us three important parts. Every language has syntax. There are some definite way in the words are arranged. Every language has some semantics which tell word means. For example, biryani rice, zira rice, lemon rice, all these make sense. But zira laptop is, there is no sense about zira laptop. There is no sense about biryani pencil. So biryani rice is there. So you know that these words, what it mean based on the context. And there are some words which combinations are most likely occur together. And there are some combinations which are very unlikely, and that we learned with our own learning with time. And also words depend upon the context. For example, bank means different things. Sometimes it means a river bank, sometimes it means about the money. So it's about words. Since disambiguation, one word can have multiple meaning based on the way it appears. So machine actually learns through syntax, semantics, and context, and they try to identify the patterns, and then they produce the next word which is the most probable. I told you that. And the best thing is that it can apply that in any language, not only in English. It can apply the same concept in Hindi, Punjabi, or all other language. So it's all about probability. So just to give you a context, probability lies always between 0 and 1. 0 means impossible, 1 means certain, 50.5 means 50-50. So here the language works in term of probabilities. For example, if we give a prompt zero, so most probably we talk about zero rise, so it has high probability, while zero dice will have minimum probability. So that way it pick the most probable word and try to generate it. So here I just give another context. So if the context or the prompt is giant was hungry, so it generate the score of most probable word, it pick the highest probable, and then it can generate the next word in sequence. I will pause at this point. I have a question for you. So if the prompt is Jade was hungry, and every time it picks the highest probable word, it will pick food and it can generate that. But in generative AI, we not always pick the highest probability word. Sometime we go with the second highest probability word. Sometime we go with the third highest probability word. So my question to you is, why we are not always go with the highest probability words? Our setting is like that. We sometimes pick highest probability, sometimes we pick third highest probability. Why every time we are not picking the highest probable word? So what do you think the reason behind that? I'm giving you the context. AI is not picking the highest probability word every time. Sometimes it picks second highest, third highest, fourth highest. Why it's picking second or third highest, not every time first highest probable word? Anyone, you can unmute. Anything which is coming to your mind, don't bother whether it's right or wrong. So just try to interact whatever is coming to your mind. So everyone got the question? The question is that normally it look like that, okay, AI must pick highest probable word. But I'm saying that AI is not always picking the highest probable word. Sometimes it even goes to second, third, or fourth highest probable word. Why it is not always going with the highest probable word? So here the question is, why does the model pick randomly, not always the highest word? What do you think the reason for that? To make answer more personalized. Anyone else? Please don't hesitate. You can unmute and share whatever is coming to your mind. The answer is very general. You see, every time you provide the prompt, so the prompt is Jade was hungry. If you give that prompt to ChatGPT, you will see that every time you will get a different response. You will not always get the same response for the prompt you are giving. Have you seen that? If you give the prompt and next time the output would be different, third time the output is different. If the same prompt is given by me or the same prompt given by you, the output is different. That make it unique. So if you see, if we fix it like that, that Jade was hungry, and every time if it pick the highest probable word, food, then if you give the prompt three or four times, every time it will generate the same sequence of word. There is no creativity in that. So if you frame the logic in a way that, okay, next time pick the second probable word. John was hungry, so he looked for snacks. And now the context changes. Now something will be based on snacks. Next time it can pick cookies. So all the things make some sense. John was hungry, food is okay, snacks are also okay, cookies are also okay. So same prompt, different stories each time. You agree with me? We able to produce different story because sometimes we pick snacks and it can create the story on snacks. It can next third time it will be cookies, next time it would be food. So each time it will produce a different sequence of word and give you a lot of creativity, and we control that in AI by using this called as temperature. So there is something called as temperature. It is not the temperature that we get for weather. I know that it's very hot in India. It's 45, I believe. But you see, here the temperature is how creative the model is. So if you set the temperature in a way that it can go with second or third or fourth or fifth um, uh, most probable word, then it become more and more creative. So if you need creativity, we can set the value of um, uh, temperature in that, and it can go to more or lesser fifth or sixth level of highest probable word. So it add creativity to our models, but the basic idea is same. It just create the probabilities and pick the highest probable words, and based on that, it generate the sequences. Any question up to this point? Okay, now we are jumping into a little bit technical. So now the question is how AI is able to identify the probability. So let's see how these models are able to predict the probability of the next word. So we have something called as n-gram model. So n-gram means sequence of n words that appear together. So we count, we supply whole internet data to our language model and say that, okay, try to count the sequence of n words that appear together, count how often they appear. And based on that, we calculate the probability. I will give you some example. So let's say the phrase is, Jade was hungry. So one, we can have a unigram model where we only consider single word. We have a bigram where we calculate the probability of having two consecutive words at the same time. So what is the probability that we have child was in the whole corpus of our training data? What is the probability was of having was hungry in our database? Or what is the probability of having hungry so in the whole training data? And we can go with three consecutive words, and then it was hungry so or Jade was hungry. So unigram, bigram, trigram. But you see, I I have given you the example earlier also. So bigram mean that it is just considering the previous word, and based on that it is generating the predict probability. Trigram mean that it is considering the three word and try to generate the probability on that. So initial models for AI was just based on bigram and trigram, but they are very limited. You see how they work. So there is a simple math that you can understand how they calculate the probability. For example, we want to calculate the probability of joule of rice. So so it means that it is a conditional probability that joule of is already given. What is the probability that the next word would be rice? So that conditional probability we calculate. So we calculate how many times joule of rice appear in the database, divide by total occurrence of the first word, that is joule of. So it give us the probability. So let's say if joule of rice appear 80 times while this appear 100 times, so the probability will be 0.8. And that is how bigram and trigram works. So in bigram, we only look for two words. In trigram, we look for three words and so on. So you can see here, if that is the word, Jade was hungry, so she went looking for. So here, um, here you see that the next predicted word may be food. So we will see that in case of unigram, there is no context. It's pure chance to get the particular word. But in bigram, we consider the previous word, for example, for. So it conditional probability become like this. If for is given, what is the probability of having food? In trigram, the probability look like looking for what is the next word for food. But you see that all these bigram and trigram are limited because the next word is dependent on which word? Can you tell me? So the next word is food. We decide the food based on which word from this whole context. What was the most important word? Which deciding that, okay, that the word would be food. Is it looking? Is it for? Is it one, or is it something different? What is the word that is playing the most important role in the prediction of the next word in this context? Can you tell me? Anyone can unmute. What is the most important word? So I got something. Looking. Okay. So next word is looking for. Okay. So you are saying that any other attempt? Joy was hungry, so she went looking for. So what is the most important word which is deciding the word which is we going to predict? Is it looking or something different? Are you getting my point? If it is not clear, I can close slow. So just tell me how you are feeling. You can unmute, you can use chat. Okay, I give you context. Let's go back. We have this example. She was hungry, so she went looking for. And then I give you two contexts. She was thirsty. So she went looking for. Now tell me, what is the most important word which is deciding which word is going to be the next word?
Hungry or thirsty?
Yeah, so it is hungry or thirsty. Now the problem is that my bigram model is just looking to the previous word. Trigram is looking for next previous two words. Even if you go to previous three or four words, it's still not going to solve the problem. Hungry is very far from this context. So how we consider this hungry? So we have a model which take care about that for words which are not very close to the next predicted word, and we called this approach as transformer. So you see, we evolve with time. Initially, we have something called as bigram, trigram, but you see, they are just previous two word or third word, so they are not going to work in this context. We need full text, entire conversation, so that it can decide. So Jared was hungry, looking for. So it also has hungry. Then it can predict the food, and that become possible by using something, a model called as transformer. And that is the power that completely changed the whole situation. Earlier, before ChatGPT, we were using bigram, trigram, but we were not able to produce quality output. They are just limited. And then when we have a model called as transformer, which allow us to give the full context, and when we provide the full context, like every word, it can consider what is the correlation between was and hungry. It consider every possible word combination which is coming before that. That model was so powerful, and based on that, it is predicting the next word. When we have that kind of architecture, the things become changed a lot, and we got a very powerful model, and that changed everything. You got it? Now I have another question for you. I'm looking for your chat. What is the full form of chat GPT? You all are using chat GPT. So chat is chat, we know that. So what is G, P, and T? What do you think? I'm waiting for your responses. Just type whatever you think, and please don't use chat GPT to get that full form. So what do you think? What GPT stand for?
Generative
Or if
probabilistic,
type, pardon, please.
generative probabilistic transformer.
So it's generative. So, of course, G for generative. So, let's get an idea, everyone, because we all are using ChatGPT on daily basis. So, it's very interesting to know what this actually means. So, we have now definitions, full form. Rashmi answered it, Varun answered it. So, you can see it from our chat. So, of course, G is generative. It is generating the text. We already understand that, and it's pre-trained. It means that we have already trained it, and we are just using it for inference. So why it is pre-trained, I'm going to explain that in just few minutes. But here my important point is transformer. So you see, we got the word T for transformer, and why we are getting this transformer from this, because we are using a architecture called as transformer that made this possible. So everyone, please remember now onwards, chat gpt G for generative, because it is generating text, audio, video, and so on. It is pre-trained. We already trained it by using a lot of computers. It took a lot of times. So what training means, we will be covering that later. But yes, it's using a transformer architecture. So that's why we have transformer. Make sense? So it's chat gpt is generative pre-trained transformer models. So here we can conclude our first part. So earlier, initial attempt was to generate the next word by using something called as ngram, but they have poor predictions because it has no long range memory. If the word is not available in the data set, it will break, and it's very repetitive and predictable output. It's not that creative because it just have very limited previous context of two or three words. Then we have something called as transformer, and that changed the whole thing. It learned the deep pattern. I mentioned you that it consider every possible combinations that is available in your sentences. It see the entire input at once. It remember the long range context. It even handle the new words, complex, powerful. And yes, this powers ChatGPT, Gemini, and all generative AI system. So the key is this transformer model. And once we have that model, we able to produce something called as ChatGPT or Gemini, and that change the whole context, and that change the whole understanding of the language we are using these words. It's also important to understand that here we are giving the words and it is predicting the next word. Now let's see if we supply instead of words music notes. So we provide music notes, and can it predict what would be the next most suitable music note to this? So notes follow notes, like words follow words. So yes, we can generate music in the same way. And now you see that we have a lot of tools which are now generating music. So we have a tool like Suno, which can generate songs. So we can have that kind of system. If we can provide sequence of amino acids in a protein instead of words in a sentence, it can predict the whole sequence of DNAs. If we provide temperature over time in a sequential data, it can predict what would be the most possible temperature in the next day based on all other informations. So the idea is that with the same principle, if we replace the word with any sequential data, the same AI work for music generation, drug discovery, or weather, or so on. So there are a lot of systems which are based on the same idea, and that gives the breakthrough about all the complex problems, because once we have a transformer architecture at place, we able to generate the pixels. You can consider the example. If you provide the pixel of the image, it can generate next pixel automatically, and it can generate the full image. If it can generate the full image, it can generate full video also, because video itself is the combination of pictures. When they are play very fast, more than I believe 24 times in a frames in a second, they become video. So we can create the image in the same way by predicting the next pixel. And if we able to create the image in the same way, of course we will able to generate videos with that. So I believe you got my idea that how AI is powering the whole things, starting from generation of words to generation of music to generation of drugs and to generation of weathers and all the important data. Any questions which is coming to your mind at this point? Please don't hesitate, unmute it, and you can ask it. Yes, please. No questions? Okay. So now, quickly, we will be discussing how actually AI is trained. I told you that we use the word pre-trained. So what this pre-training is, how AI is actually trained, we are going to discuss that with some very general examples. So you all know about generative AI, where we are now generating audio, code, image, text in the same way. And you provide the context, the color of the sky is, and there is a language model which will predict the next word based on the context, and everything is inspired by our brain. So now we are going to discuss what training actually means and how this AI model actually works. This is going to be very interesting discussion. So please be with me for a couple of minutes. And if you have any questions, please ask the question. It would be nice to clear your doubts. So you see, the whole artificial neural network, we called it artificial neural network because from so many years we tried to build something which is similar to our brain, and we called it artificial brain or simple artificial neural network. You see, in our brain we have a lot of neurons, billions of neurons working together, and every neuron look like this. This is a single neuron. So in neuron, we have something called as dendrites. The purpose of these dendrites is to take input signal. There is a nucleus in our brain which process that input signals, and after processing there is a link which connect it to the other neurons. So there are billions of neurons. So one neuron, this is just one neuron, it is receiving the inputs from dendrites, processing the data, and sending the output to the next neuron. So this is the basic principle of single neuron. Now we took the inspiration from this and create something like that. So dendrites for taking the inputs. So we have input nodes, which is responsible to take inputs. There is a nucleus, which is processing the data. So we have created something which process the data mathematically. And there is a link which send the output to next neuron. So there is an output link which send the neuron to next neuron. So there is not only one neuron, there will be million or billions of neuron working together. But let's first understand the working of single neuron. So we will be taking one example of which is very common. Let's say we have a property dealer who is very good in predicting the price of a house, and we want to build an AI system that can also predict the price of house accurately. Now you see, this property dealer, whenever that property dealer visit the property, he will see a number of bedrooms, locality, uh, upgraded kitchen, flooring. So he consider a lot of input attributes, and based on those attributes, with experience, he knows what is the importance of number of bedroom, what is the importance of locality, what is the importance from distance of the city. So every input parameter has some weight associated with the overall arrangement, and with experience that property dealer has the knowledge of those weights in the brain, which is stored somewhere. With experience, he know what is the importance of having number of bedrooms, what is the importance of having good school nearby, what is the importance of having good neighborhood, and so on. So now we want to create a AI system which can predict the price of the house in the same way as that property dealer is able to do. So how we able to create that system? So first, as I mentioned, there would be dendrites which take the input. So input would be number of bedrooms, distance from the city, schooling, flooring, so on. So all these will become my input parameters. And you see, every input parameter has some weight or importance associated with that. So property dealer know that importance or weight with experience, but our AI model is naive. It has no idea what is that weight. So we started with some random value of weights. So we randomly assign few weights to number of bedrooms, distance from city, neighborhood, and so on. So we randomly assign some weights, and we do some calculation in the neuron. What that calculation is, it's not that important, but you can see that it's simple calculations. We are doing multiplications with the W1 X1 plus W2 X2 plus W2 X3 and so on. So we are adding and doing product, and then we apply some statistical method over that, and then whatever output we get, we send that to the next neuron. So the idea is very simple. We have input nodes which talk about number of bedroom, distance from city, and so on. We apply some random weights, do some calculations, and get an output. Now, the important thing is that whenever we have to train the machine learning model or AI model, we must have the knowledge about the actual price of the house. So that is the basic important requirement. So in order to predict the price of the house, we have to supply training data. And in the training data, we must have the knowledge that, okay, if the number of bedroom was 3, the distance was this, the locality was this, then the actual price of the house was this. So we must have the knowledge of actual price before the training. So if you know the actual price, then we can train our AI model. So that's why we say in AI, data is most important, because in order to train the machine which can predict the price of a house, you need to provide sufficient transactional details to your system so that it know that, okay, previous 100 transactions have this kind of actual prices. So I'm considering we have the knowledge about the actual value. So let's see the whole picture. We start with number of bedrooms, the locality, and so on, because we have all that idea. We apply some random weights. We do some calculations. Since we apply some random weights, So the output value that we predicted with the machine, of course, will be different from the actual value. And the difference between actual and predicted is considered as cost or error. So that is the cost that is associated with difference between actual and predicted value. Slides are not visible.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay.
Slides are not visible.
Okay, thank you for letting me know this. I will stop share and we'll do this sharing again. Okay, so are you
Sir,
able to see
so
the
sorry to
slides?
disturb you. I believe that our speaker from the next session is also sharing his screen, due to which this issue is occurring. Uh, Nagabhushan sir, I would request you if you could please stop sharing your screen. Uh, because I
And
believe
I
right
believe
now,
I have another 5-10 minutes. How many minutes?
yes, sir, you do have time. I think he was just trying to check. I think yes, now he has stopped sharing his screen. You can start, sir. Thank you. Sorry for the
And
disturbance.
okay, no issue. So I will share my screen again. So can you see my slides now? Are you able to
Yes,
see
sir.
this?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir,
It's
visible.
visible.
Hello.
Okay,
Now
okay.
visible,
So
sir.
okay, good. So
क्या हुआ वो शेडो
please mute everyone. Okay, so what we were discussing, we were having some input attributes, number of bedrooms, so on. We apply some random weights, we get some output value, let's say this. We compare this with the actual price because we started with the random weights. So of course they are not going to be same. And the difference between that is considered as a cost, and that is considered as error. So our objective is now to make our predicted value same as actual value. So I hope you got the problem statement. We started with number of bedroom and so on. We apply random weights, do some calculation, got a output value, which is predicted value. Compared this with the actual value. Of course, that is not going to be same. The difference is considered as cost or error. And our objective is to make this output value same as actual value. So in order to make it same, we go backward and change something. So I have a question at this point for you. Which value I should change next time? Can you tell me? I have to go back and adjust something so that my output value can become same as actual value. So which value I should adjust?
The weight must be adjusted.
Yeah, so we can adjust the weight because we cannot change number of bedroom and so on. So we go back and adjust the weight. And after adjusting the weight, we do the calculation again. So you see, I will be doing animation now. So after adjusting the weight, we again do this calculations. We go and produce the output value. We will be comparing that output value with the actual value. So now you see that the difference is little bit less, but still it's not zero. So we again go back and adjust the value of weight. So I will keep doing this forward and backward propagation. Just focus on this. I will keep on doing forward and backward propagation again and again until the output of the actual value is same as the predicted value and cost becomes zero. So when I get that situation, my weights are optimized. And that is what AI training means. So AI training means finding the optimized value of the weight so that the output value is same as the actual value. It's nothing else. So let's see this picture again. We start with the number of input attributes, number of bedrooms, so on. We apply some random weights. We do some calculations, compare the output value with the actual value. Of course, there would be some error. We go back and adjust the weight and do forward and backward propagation again and again multiple times until the output value is same as actual value. And once we got that, we say that our weights are optimized. And that is the parameters in our brain that we are looking at. So when we say we are training machine learning model or AI model, it's just about forward and backward propagation and adjusting the value of weights until the output value is same as actual value. And once we achieve that, we store the value of these weights forever, and then all the predictions will be made based on those weights, because these are the same weights that the property dealer learned with the experience, and we can use these weights for making the predictions. So that is the overall idea. And since one neuron is not sufficient, we create full network of neurons, and then you see that every neuron is linked with other neurons, and every link will have some kind of weights. So if you add all the weights, there may be some 99 weights in this. But when we talk about chat gpt models, you know how many weights are there in chat gpt? Here we are just optimizing 3 weights. In chat gpt, how many weights we have to optimize? What number you think? Any guess how many weights we have to optimize in case of chat gpt?
Millions.
Yeah, they are millions and billions. So now you see how the complex these models are. So they are pre-trained. So it took months of time to do forward and backward propagation, because there are millions of neurons that we have to, there are millions of weights that we have to optimize. And it took months with lot many supercomputers on the job to optimize those billions of weights. And that's why it is pre-trained. So language model like Gemini or ChatGPT are trained by using months of time on all the internet data. They use forward backward propagation, and they use an architecture called as transformer to train it. And here we are training billions of parameters in the whole picture. Before concluding my lecture, I just want to give you a glimpse about how many parameters we have in the whole scenario. So you see, in 2018, we have GPT-1, and that GPT-1 was having 10 raised to power 8 weights. So I give you example of 3 or 4 weights, but GPT-1 was having 10 raised to power 8, 10 or uske aage 8 zeros. And that was 2018. And you see, Ant Brain also have the same number of parameters. So 2018, the model has the same capability of parameters as we have in Ant Brain. GPT-3 that we launched in 2021, it has 10 raised to power 18 parameters, 10 raised to power 18 weights, and it's the capability of the rat brain. You see where we are having. Human brain has 10 raised to power 18 parameters or neuron connections, and GPT-4 is already having 10 raised to power 12. So we are very close to the capability of the human brain, and this is the data of GPT-4 only. Now we have GPT-5. So you can see that within 5 years, we reached from 8 to 12, and maybe in 1 or 2 years, we will able to bypass 10 raised to power 14 or so. So we are dealing with a model which is as capable as in number of parameters that we have in human brain. Another important thing to note, how much, what is the size of data on which we trained it? So it's all internet data, you know. So you see, a normal human being in the whole life has a vocabulary of 10 raised to power 9 words. English Wikipedia has 10 raised to power 9 words, or 10 raised to power 10 words. And GPT-1 is already trained on 10 raised to power 11 words. So you see how powerful, and see the size of the models on which they have trained. So GPT-1 is already lot powerful than the people who are able to read and write. They just have a vocabulary of 10 raised to power 9, but it is trained on 10 raised to power 11. See this number. All humanity in the history of 5,000 years has produced the text of 10 raised to power 13 words. Here it include all Mahabharata, Ramayana, all the Vedas and everything. Everything that humanity has produced so far has 10 raised to power 13 words. GPT-4 is already trained on all the data humanity has produced in last 5,000 years. That's why if you ask the question about chemistry, math, spirituality, Vedas, Ramayana, it able to answer those questions because it is trained on most probably all the data humanity has produced in last 5,000 year of history. And that's why they are so powerful. That's why they are so quick, because it has so many parameters, and that's why they able to reason it. So you can see here, when we trained our model for 8 billion parameters, these model develop some capabilities of arithmetic. When we train it for 62 billion parameter mean weights, they able to have capability of translation. They are having capability of language understanding. When we train it for 477 billion parameter, they develop some more capability like question answering, local inference, logical inference, common sense reasoning. And this is the current situation. When we trained it for 540 billion parameter, this is the tree which has all those capabilities. And these are general models. And these models can perform arithmetic, code completion, summarization, and you named it, they have it. So these are very large, powerful models, and they are generating the words based on the probability. We started with n-gram, bigram, trigram. Gradually, we have transformer, and then we created something like this in the whole history of maybe 50, 60 years. The scientists are working on this for so many years, and now finally we have something which can understand, which can reason, which can generate the language, which can work in an area which we feel that only humanity has the capability to read and write, and the language. But now the language is also becoming the domain of machines. So that's why having that kind of discussions in your session is very inspirational. So I believe that it's very important that all language expert people like you talk about that, understand it more deeply, and try to bring something unique which can bring the balance between all the developments that we are having. So before closing, if you have any questions, just you can ask me. You can unmute or you can use chat. Any questions or anything which is coming to your mind? Okay, so um, still, if you have any question which is coming to your mind, you can unmute it and you can ask those questions. Before closing this, I also want to share one another initiative that we have started. So we have started Ignite Education Initiative, which is completely volunteer-led education movement. And our idea is to conduct those AI training workshops free of cost in various institutes across the India. So we are conducting these kind of workshops free of cost in any institutes. And if you are looking forward and thinking to conduct more workshops, we will be happy to conduct that free of cost in your university by having Ignite Education Initiative. We have trained a few peoples which we called Ignite Fellows. So those Ignite Fellows are actually conducting those workshops along with me in various workshops. And I just want to tell you, these workshops are completely free. We just want to train more and more people on that, because we know that this is very important literacy these days. So having AI literacy is equally important as having literacy in general. So we have to train a lot more people. So if you wish to work as a fellow where you can conduct those workshops in other institutes, there is a form. I am sharing that with you. Just take a look at that. And as a host, if you wish to conduct this in your institute, we are also taking those requests. So if you wish that we conduct similar kind of workshops in your institute, you can fill this form, and we will be happy to train more people on this. We are not only conducting literacy workshop, we are also conducting workshops on agentic AI and a lot more technical stuff. This is some of my recent work. I recently published book on machine learning with Python. So if you want to learn more on that, you can look into that book. We published that with Cambridge University Press. I also published another book with Cambridge University Press on data mining and data warehousing. You can check that work. I also produce few books, NoSQL in a day and all those. There is my website. I would be happy to keep in touch with you. You can check my details here. We are doing a lot of research in AI in education also. So if you wish to collaborate with us, we are always open. So these are my details. We are also running a lot of online courses, YouTube channel, and so on. And this is my WhatsApp number, so you can also contact me on this. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is a great initiative. My best wishes to all of you. And I believe that these workshop, particularly like in the area of language department, is very motivating. And I hope that this will bring a lot of fruits. And I will always be available with you. If you have any questions, you can always write to me. Thank you. God bless you. Any question or anything, any comments from your side?
Sir, it is almost 10:50, so and thank you so much for this fabulous, amazing session, sir. And for
Thank you.
this
Thank you.
collaboration, as you said, for agentic AI workshops, we will get back to you, sir. Thank you for
Thank you.
this amazing wishes. Amazing, this is
Thank
actually
you.
an amazing session.
Thank you. My best wishes to all of you. God bless you. Bye.
So, since there are no questions by the audience, and yes, I would like to say thanks to Mayank sir also for helping us get you here on board, sir. Thank you, Mayank sir. And thank you, Pratik sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, without wasting time, because our next speaker of the session, uh, Professor T.N. Nagabhushan sir, is waiting here. Are you here, sir? Are you able to listen to me, sir? Nagabhushan sir? Hello? Hello? T.N. Nagabhushan sir?
Yeah, is it audible?
Yes, sir. It is audible, but it is not loud. I mean, if you could be a little louder, sir.
Uh, is it audible now? Clear?
Yes, sir. It is perfectly audible now.
Okay, right.
It's audible, sir. Actually, before you start, no need of introduction because everybody here at JSS knows you. But we have participants from outside also, external participants also. If you allow me, if you give me just 2-3 minutes, I've cut it short. I've cut short your introduction. So
Sure.
please let me read this out. Let me read out your profile, sir.
Sure.
Though, if I have to read out about your achievements and all, it is going to take an hour's time. So I'm not going to do that. I have already cut it short, sir. So let me read out his profile and tell each one of you sitting here, outsiders specifically, about T.N. Nagabhushan, sir. So Professor T.N. Nagabhushan, sir, is an eminent academic leader, computer scientist, and higher education administrator with over 4 decades of distinguished experience in teaching, research, institutional governance, and academic leadership. As the Vice Chancellor of Kishkinda University, Karnataka, he is committed to fostering academic excellence, innovation, multidisciplinary education, research, and industry engagement in alignment with the NEP 2020. Professor Nagabhushan earned his postgraduate and doctoral degree from the Indian Institute of Science, specializing in computer science, pattern recognition, image processing, and remote sensing. Throughout his career, he has made significant contributions to research, academic reforms, and technology driven education. Prior to joining Kishkinda University in October 2023, Professor Nagabhushan held several prestigious leadership positions, including executive director of East West Group of Institutions, principal of SJCE, Dean Engineering at JSS Science of Technology University, Chief Executive Officer of JSS Research Foundation, and Principal of JSS Academy of Technical Education, Noida. He has also served as Professor of Information Science and Engineering, mentoring generations of students and researchers while strengthening institutional quality and research ecosystems. So now, sir, I do not want to come between you and your audience. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So thank you very much for the nice introduction. It was pleasure again coming back to JSS Nad after a long time. I see some of the familiar faces there. Uh, Deepa
Good
Tyagi,
morning, sir.
Singh. So a name I still remember even after 12, 13 years of time. So a lot of time
Yes,
has
sir.
gone in. Yeah, it's a really pleasure to all those who are actually watching this talk. And when Nishi Sharma wanted me to talk about something connected with the English language and generative models and all, I thought that, there is something, very difficult to really address because the English language is something, universal, core in which everything is based upon. So how to relate it, and also I told that I am a technical person and I will basically talk about more technology. Then she said, okay, sir. And I tried to really bring some stuff actually with English language and generative model. Probably over next, few minutes time, we will, go through that actually. So permit me to share the screen without losing much time for the benefit of all.
Yes.
Is it visible? Is it visible to everyone? Hello?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yeah.
It is visible.
So the previous speaker actually gave you a wonderful introductory remark about the language, the context in which predictions are made, and so on. This talk basically covers a huge amount of information, but in a very small, precise manner, so that I will leave some scope for everyone to expand, further. Especially, this is more about how really things really unfold. And I will go one or two step deeper into what actually Professor Bhatia has already mentioned. I listened to him and he gave a very wonderful talk about that. So these large language models, agentic AI, foundations and applications, this is the title basically. I looked into that. Now for anything to start with, communication is one of the most important thing. Example, you want to access certain information on the cloud or the internet, now you will start searching and you expect the answer to arrive much faster than you expected, right? Otherwise it will cause kind of a frustration. So therefore this communication is very, very important. And how communication and the changes that are happening in the artificial intelligence era with the advent of neural computing and so on, combined together, this ICT, information communication technology, is driving everything that whatever we wanted today, right? So therefore, let's start from communication. So I just give small, introductory remarks for the benefit of the students and touch upon some simple mathematics discovered by Indians, which is the main root cause, which we all need to be proud of, how basically this generative AI model is basically working in the real sense, right? You can ask questions in the middle or at the end according to your convenience. There are 6 sections here, A, B, C, D, F. I speak about the information communication technology, just introduce certain basics. Then this generative AI, just an augmentation of what actually Professor Bhatia has told and how they really work. This is where I bring some kind of food for thought for the students and the faculty here, that the concept of linear algebra, which is basically propelling everything that we are talking today, the real engineering in the context of artificial intelligence, and the realization of how these things, again, Professor Bhatia told that, several millions of, bytes of data, parameters and so on. But to propel that, what is this hardware configurations looks like? Can India develop such kind of an hardware? And the new concept of what is known as agentic AI and how you can really set up your own laboratory for carrying out research and development, and some of the best identified applications that are available. So this is basically in bird's view of huge amount of information that I am going to cover, but nothing is basically in detail. So if you come to information communication technology, here the data is basically multimedia data. Multimedia means you have text, you have static data, means which are stationary in time. Dynamic data means which are basically changing with respect to time. The text, the graphics, and the image, because they are invariant with respect to time. Once they are returned taken means they remain constant. Whereas the audio, the video and animation, they are changing with respect to time. So therefore, the combination of these, basically one or more, constitutes what is known as multimedia data. And the entire universe, whatever we are seeing in the world today, can be simulated as a digital information, and the power of digital information is very critical to all of us today, right? So this slide basically gives some kind of idea about what is information communication technology drives the artificial intelligence, because this is the core. The one is the connectivity. Connectivity means the speed with which basically we are driving. This we have now 5G and 6G already working. What is the next one? The power of digitization. So whatever data that we have, it is ultimately converted into binary data. The several thousands of bits are converted in real time, because most of the things which are available today in nature are analog in nature. For example, when you take speech, the speech is basically an audiogram which is varying with respect to time, and how we can digitize this and then store it is something which we need to really talk about when we talk about the speed with which we can transmit the data. And once we get that huge amount of data, then how we can really store it. So need to look at the transformations that are happening in these three important domain today. The connectivity is from 3G to 4G to 5G. Now it is 7 and 8G. Just they are trying to plan now. Digitization means it is fast supercomputing systems are available. The power of conversion of analog to digital conversion is happening at much faster rate today. And text, image, audio, video, and all this can be digitized at a much faster rate today and at affordable cost. And storage means in terms of gigabytes of data can be stored in a small chip. So that's the capability. So all these things basically collectively are parallel developments that are happening. Along with that, the development that are happening in the space of neural computing that led to the discovery of what are known as the artificial intelligence in the real sense. So I have taught artificial intelligence in 1980s to my students, but at that time we never thought that the machines really could understand the meaning. I always quote the meaning. Meaning basically remains invariant with respect to language. Whether you speak in Hindi or Kannada or any other language, the meaning remains invariant. When the machines started understanding meaning, they acquire autonomous capability of really managing things, generating things out of it. That's what we are basically enjoying today. So this is one particular change. So what I mentioned is analog signal, which are natural. Even video is analog signal. So when you take about a video, I am seeing all of you, you are seeing me. What happens is that the reflected light from each one of you falls on the retina, and retina is a termination of rods and cones which carry the analog signal to the brain, and these are basically stored and interpreted. And when you want to digitize such certain things here, the video need to be digitized appropriately using A to D converters, stored them in terms of several bytes. So what bit is 0 and 1, bit 4 bits is nibble, byte is 8 bits. So we always measure in terms of several gigabytes and megabytes. So kilobyte means 10 to the power of 3, mega is 10 to the power of 6, and giga is 10 to the power of 9. So when I say that set 1 gigabyte of storage per minute means per second means so much of bytes are stored and retrieved from the memory. So this is the power in which we have already in place. Then what is basically information? The information is nothing but raw bits and bytes. It can be combination of numbers, characters, pixels, samples, and anything without any structure. So when you arrange them in the form of structure, it becomes information. So data is always raw. When you combine it in meaningful way, in a sequential way appropriately, it becomes an information. So structured data, like a paragraph of a text or any sequence of music or sequence of images, all these things basically constitutes what is known as information. So the power of digitization, the chip capacity is today 1 terabyte, 10 to the power of 12, 2 terabyte into 2. So many chips are available today where they can store huge amount of information. They can store, they can retrieve, and they can transmit such a huge amount of information in a limited amount of time. That's the power of digitization available today. And coming to the communications, we already have 5G uses, frequency band between 600 megahertz to 40 gigahertz. And these sit within and besides the bands already used by earlier mobile generations, now we are using. Now currently, we are using 7.125 to 8.14 gigahertz range. It is emerging as a globally harmonized golden band. This is where new technologies are being actually powered through. So harmonization matters commercially because it drives the economics of scale and pushes the cost basically very reasonable. So this coming to the generative AI just mentioned by Professor Bhatia. Now I talk about large language models, and the sequence is basically important, as he mentioned also, stress more, gave a lot of examples on sequencing. And this particular line, I want all of you to remember within the quote, attention is all you need. This is something exciting that I recommend all of you to read this paper. And the process, what is known as, what actually didn't mention is about what is known as tokenization and embeddings and position control. All these things are basically confined to the generative AI models or large language models like ChatGPT or Gemini or any other many models that you are talking about. These are all very common, phenomenon that everyone need to understand. So as mentioned, the large language models is an AI system trained on vast amount of text data to understand and generate human-like, language. It's called generative AI model because it generates. And it's called GPT because generative pre-trained transformer. It is not electrical transformer. It is basically transforming the data, what it has, and it understand the meaning and generate the next one. So this is what the whole meaning is all about. So this during training, they learn the patterns, relationships, and structures in the language by analyzing billions of text examples, books, articles, websites, and everything that you have seen. This process gives the model a working grasp of grammar and semantics without anyone hand coding a single rule. So this generative AI model that all of us are using basically are trained on a lot of corpus of data, whether it is available in the web or anywhere, whatever data that you can imagine. So much of data comprising of all domains they are taken. Then you may ask questions that how basically these data, for example, the mathematical formulas, the scientific inventions, the surgery performed on a patient, the different how basically all these things are basically combined. So they have the audio, they have the video, they have the text, they have animation. All these multimedia data are digitized and stored here. So once they are digitized and stored, they need to be trained on this, large language models. So he mentioned about again earlier what we were trying to do before this GPT is that now we were using what is known as a recurrent neural network. This is one type of neural network which is used to understand the natural language. It comes under the scheme known as natural language processing, in which all these are English languages only. And the cat sat on, the next one is to be predicted. So if you want to perform this, the recurrent neural networks want to understand each one of them, and to predict the next one, it has to identify each one of these words and also the sequence, and it has to remember all these information to predict the next one. So that means if you want to use this recurrent neural network for large sentences, large corpus of paragraphs, it is very difficult because it is not able to really remember everything in the past in order to predict the future word here. So that was the bottleneck which went on to research for a very long time. So recurrent neural networks didn't really do well. So therefore, this large language models basically came handy. This basically is one of the pioneering publications of Vaswani and a group of 7 people from Google Brain. He published a paper. The title is Attention is All You Need. You can always note down this, it's available for downloading. And it was published in 2017 in a conference called Advances in Neural Information Processing called NIPS. Okay. You can download this paper. This is the genesis. I will just mention about the mathematics of this paper also, so that many students are here to understand how all these remembrance and what the bottlenecks that we found in recurrent neural networks, how this can be really, how they are overcome through this paper. Remember that it is published in 2017, but the first GPT came in 18, which was not very popular, and it became popular only in 2021. So the ideas of this paper were implemented to scale and then published by GPT in 2021. So what it does is that it's a genesis of a this gives a what is known as transformer architecture. Words in a sentence can be processed independently, remember, in parallel to generate the next piece of text. So earlier in recurrent neural networks, I told you it is sequential remembrance. Now, if you give a sentence here, I can take each one of these words parallelly, give to different processors, 1, processor 2, processor 3, processor 4, process it instantaneously and predict the next word, right? So this is the idea in which we basically process the information in the large language models. So the every major large language model used today, any GPT that what we are using today or generative AI, is built upon this transformer architecture. So this is the basis. The processing power, how basically it is done. For example, the cat sat on the wall, the cat sat, each one of them basically a word is broken into small sublets, sub words or individuals or even characters, and I call them as tokens. Okay, for example, going, go, ing is common, go, coming, COM, come, ing. So like that, break the word into different tokens. This process is known as tokenization. So I always look at English as a universal word. I will come back to other languages also. When you take the English word here, it can be split into subwords and individual characters or combination of all these things and called tokens. The first process is that when you give a word for ChatGPT, it converts your query into tokens. That's the first step. And these tokens basically are fed to the ChatGPT, and each token is converted into numbers. Again, you ask me again, sir, I am asking everything in terms of languages and words and tokens which are symbolic here, how machines can really understand. Ultimately, remember, in all digital systems, every number is converted into vectors. Vectors, all of you know that it's the binarizations or binary numbers. Here, in every token is given a standard number, standard template. Okay, and each one of them basically identified by respective number. For example, cat, yes. So cat basically is identified by 2368 and yes is identified by 82. It remains invariant. So whenever this comes here, automatically this vector is pushed up actually. So this process is known as tokenizations. Tokenization is the very important concept in training. Now, before you test give any talk to the generative AI model, you need to understand the training process. So the people who actually in OpenAI, who actually promoted this GPT, ChatGPT, they considered this formation of tokens as the first step. And remember that the entire corpus available here, the entire sequence of words basically running into trillions of words need to be tokenized. That's the first step. So once the tokens are available, they given the code and all these codes are stored. Okay. And this byte pair encoding, this one process, what is known as OpenAI GPT series, includes GPT-3 and 4, recent 21 and 22 productions, use byte pair encoding for tokenization. It iteratively merges the most frequent adjacent pairs of characters or subwords into new tokens. This is the process. And embeddings giving tokens a meaning. First means the sentence is broken into tokens I mentioned, usually words and subwords. Each token is mapped into numerical vector, as I mentioned, as an embedding layer. And the vector is not a random ID, it's a dense representation where similar words have similar vectors. Now you should also look at how these codes are given. I always look at the meaning. Wherever the meanings are similar, the vectors basically lie very closer in the vector space. This is the idea in which the numbering is basically done. And along with that, the positional encoding is also very important. It's not only vectorizations or giving a vector to every token is important. At the same time, how the tokens basically are assembled together in a sequence. So therefore, I will give a vector, a position vector, in addition to the decoding of particular token. Those things basically are combined together, gives the positional syntax in which the particular word need to be predicted. Okay. So vectors that inject a unique timestamp are a position signal for each word. The original paper used sine and cosine functions. There are many variants for this. So adding positions to meaning. So here I have, say, for example, word embeddings capture the meaning but carry no information about the position. So this is the drawback. And this drawback is given by the giving a vector to the position also, so that I can always identify the meaning along with the position of the word in a given sentence. So how they work? See, here the mathematics basically come from, and I draw the attention of the paper. Attention is all you need. Here I talk about vectors, predictions, and inner products. The word inner product carries more meaningful. It's a very simple mathematics taught in high schools, but it has really opened up plethora of opportunities in the new era of artificial intelligence. So simple ideas that led to LLM here is that projection of vectors. I told it's an inner product. It's a single number that measures how aligned two vectors are. Suppose if two words are there, I want to check whether these two words are close or similar or not in terms of meaning. What I compute is known as, I compute what is known as dot product, because each vector has a number and another vector has a number. These are two vectors. I can always compute the dot product. And Professor Bhatia mentioned probability. It predicts the probable word which is having the highest probability. It is here actually the probability comes into picture. So for example, here, three people are there, Alice, Bob, and Carol. So each one of them. So this is basically a vector consisting of personality. So if the personality varies from 0 to 1, so Alex has 0.9, his personality here, it's about humor. So these three people have humor 90%, 50%, 20%, intelligence 80, 95, and 60, and kindness like this. This is the personality vector. So like this, you can always capture these numbers to identify the characters of different people. Now here, the inner product is nothing but the dot product. Dot product means x, if x is one vector, y is another vector, you are just multiplying it. It's a simple arithmetic that we always do in 10 standard or even 8 standard also. So it computes and giving a single value to two products, vectors are taken and computed. This is what is basically talk about the inner product. So step one is basically understanding the meaning. X is equal to Alice, Bob, and Carol, three people and three dimension. The query projection is that I want to check. I want actually who is most humorous, in terms of that. I want to generate a query. I take the dot product W into Q, and this is the query which is generated here. Step two, key position. The key position is basically about the answers that they have. So when you compute, this is Alice key. It's a combination of inner computation of inner product of these three people, and compatibility is the step. Who is actually having more humor, or when you want to ask a question and a query, it need to compute a value. So these values are computed for these three people. So once these Q, K, and V, these are all standard phrases in the paper by Vaswani, query, key, and value. Each of them is a vector. So that means for every token, the current word is looking for context. What should I pay attention to? This is the query that you're asking. That means whatever question that you're posing to ChatGPT comes in the form of query. And all these things are basically converted into tokens. And these tokens, in assembled and positioned appropriately, it understands what should I pay attention to. This is the question. The key is that it will basically search and identify a word's advertisement of what it offers. This is the information I hold. Then that means this is the key. This is the question. This is the key. And the value is that this is the value that I can return. So which one? That means this computes the conditional probability. So this will pick up the right answer for you and give the answer instantaneously for your every query. So score, scale, and weigh and output. So here this is score, this is the scale, and softmax. This is the conditional probability that I just mentioned. So some of the popular GPTs and hardware now we know that large language models work on the principle of the attention is all you need, and all these are parallelly processed. And remember that the corpus of words contains hundreds and hundreds of tokens. There are billions of tokens at a time, and these tokens need to be processed and trained. Remember that training such a huge amount of corpus required computing facilities. Now we look at what kind of computing facilities these OpenAI and Gemini or any other GPT models possess at this point of time. So look into this GPT. So we are fully enjoying the usefulness of these large language models. This ChatGPT, Copilot, or Claude, Gemini, or Perplexity, or many of them are there. There are hundreds of models available today, and each one of them is basically doing the same kind of activity. Like the model computes the probability computations based on your tokens. Whatever query that you're asking, they are tokens, and these tokens are assembled and then mapped here, and inner product is computed. Then finally, the conditional probability is calculated, and next token is produced. This is what basically I just mentioned about. This is a bit of arithmetic here. I will not go to this detail. So here, a large number of tokens is generated from the text drawn from every kind of source imaginable. The dimension of those tokens typically range from 768 to 3000 or more. So that means if you take the one word, it is a vector of dimension 768 to 3000 dimension vector. Those who are in mathematics and those who are the faculty members need to understand that the entire tokenization is done in such a way that Each word or each token will have is a single vector of dimension 768 up to 3000. This is the largest each token. You can imagine the size of computation that is required now. The actual number of tokens used to train different LLMs vary widely, and is sometimes keep as a secret because they want to claim that each model is having their own advantages and so on. So this is the dimension of each token. 700. So dimension of 3 means 3 parameters. Dimension of 2 means 2 parameters, two values in a vector, 2-dimensional vector, 3-dimensional vector, and 3000 dimension vector in 1 dimension. Now, if you look into the pioneers, NVIDIA, so because of this people only, we have so much of flexibility in using the large language models. And this NVIDIA, they are the pioneers in producing what are known as GPUs, graphic processing units, GPUs. And if you look into this GPU, the first one they released is A100. It's a 40 GB memory capacity graphical processing unit. And it is PCI compatible. And the cost of that one single GPU is 7.5 to 9.5 lakhs, one single GPU. And 880 GB, it is 11 to 14 lakhs. And 80 GB is 15 to 18 lakhs. You can see the one single GPU costing so much of money, and how much money would cost to set up the data center. Again, coming back, the large language family here, Llama, these can train 65 billion parameters, 70 billion and so on. The tokens generated out of this is 1.4 trillion tokens, 2 trillion, 15 trillion, and 15 trillion and so on. And the number of GPUs used is 2048, A100. So one GPU costs 7 lakhs into 2400. You can imagine the total cost of this, right? And this what actually he mentioned, Bhatia mentioned that it takes months together to train. So this one took 21 days. And this is not actually mentioned here, Llama 2. And some of them will not disclose. That means the total training time, went beyond 2 months to 3 months in order to train this, on a continuous basis. And here you can look at the training time here, GPT-1, 117 million parameters, 5 billion tokens, GPUs is not disclosed, 1 month training, and power consumed is less than 10 megawatts. So you take this recent one, GPT-4, it is 1.76 trillion parameters, 13 trillion tokens, and 25,000 A100 GPUs. And it took 3 months to train the entire corpus. And how much power it consumed is so much, so 51, 517 megawatts of power. You see that cooling and also the power consumption is more than the power that is required to required for a city. That's the amount of power that is required in the data centers today. So if you look into Claude and Gemini, they also give so many parameters, so many tokens here, so many GPUs used, and Google has their own GPU called TPU, Tensor Processing Unit. They have their own proprietary, and some of these they are not disclosing for their commercial purpose. So GPUs used in large language models training. So we have V100, it's obsolete already. We have H100 is being used, and it is 125 tera floating point operations per second. Tera means, again, I told you 10 to the power of 12, one single floating point operation in 1 second. So many operations are performed by these GPUs. So this is A100 is 312. This is the highest one, 989 tera floating point operations per second. TPUs. Now H100 is already obsolete. Now H200 is available in the market today. Power consumption is something we need to worry about, because per unit is 300 watts into so many 2000, 3000 units. You can imagine how much power basically they consume. It's very, very difficult for us to really set up in India, right? A 25,000 GPU H100 cluster burns 420 megawatts of power a day, enough power to tens and thousands of homes. So that's the power required here. So GPU pricing, if you look into that, H100, H200, so price is $35,000. It in terms of dollars only. There's a memory capacity, and you can see that the price is so exorbitant beyond the scope for any single unit to really procure and then use it. Suppose if you want to get them on the cloud here, so because you want to subscribe them, then you can see that it is $2.99 per hour. This is the lowest. Sometimes it goes to 4, sometimes peak it goes to 8 and so on, depending on the GPU. So what does it cost to train your own, your data center? For example, you want to set up your own data center. The cost of developing our own large language models or accessing an enterprise SLM for training and education is the question that dictates the economy. So training a 70 billion parameter model like a Llama 2, if you set up H100 here, 8,000 GPUs into $30,000, it's $240 million in the hardware, and 800 for 4,000 GPUs, it is 48 million. Cloud alternative, if you use 4 hours, $4 per hour into 8 GPU, it is 23 million per month. This is the bill. So if you want to exploit the complete use of these GPTs, it costs so much of money. So whatever we are using free is only periphery that we are using, and see that now we have achieved success, but it is not so. When you want to build products and do innovations, we need to subscribe for the complete infrastructure here. Now, coming back to the core, actually, Dr. Nishi Sharma wanted me to look into that English and the machine, minds, right? So how basically these things are interconnected here. I found some relevant information here. How one language became the operating system of artificial intelligence. Of course, the operating system here in the context is English only, okay? And what it costs for everyone else. We have so many languages in India, and how these languages are utilized, and how these languages are also powered by the current generative AI, right? So LLMs are not neutral translators of thought, right? This is the first sentence. That means, every large language model is built on the huge amount of text, and that mountain has a shape, its architecture, tokenizer, sense of common sense, even its reasoning style, and all these things are basically, available in one language called English. So English is the universal language, and therefore everyone who conducted research basically took care of English language. Now coming back to this generative AI is invariant of any language, because end of the day it is the number that really goes inside the machine. It is invariant of your image, invariant of your video or graphics or animation or any text that you put here. It sees only as a text here, as a numerical number, which is ultimately converted into a binary vector here. So inside the machine, it is swapping of signals at a very super fast speed through the wires. That's all basically. So at the end of the day, the working of any digital system is the flow of signals 0 and 1 at a very super fast rate dictated by the clock. So therefore, the language is invariant here, but there is a click here, right? How English is most dominant compared to the other native languages. And generative AI supports Hindi, English, and all kind of languages that you see within India and also outside India. It is supporting, but English is basically the main core. Let's see how. If you look into this, is 93% of English by word count. It is used by all GPT models today, right? For example, 10 in a French 2%, German 2%, and all other language models only 4%, right? So looking into the tokenizer, so that means this is the important comparison, that to ensure that the English is going to dominate here. When you take an average word here, the number of tokens that can be converted is 1.2 per word. Number of tokens per word is reflected here by Llama. For Hindi, it took 2.7 words. For Tamil, it took 12.4 tokens. And for Telugu, it is 13.3. And for Kannada, it's 15 tokens. So for single word, one typical single word, this is the number of tokens generated. So what does this basically mean? English is the least now. So what it means is that if more number of tokens are there, so that means the cost of pricing is based on number of tokens actually generated, right? Remember, the costing, the pricing is done in your GPT is based on how many tokens that you are generating. You are asking a huge paragraph of notes and wanted something else in your GPT. That means if the text is too huge, without really structure, without understanding the context, that's what most people are asking. Students basically ask like that because they don't understand the context. So that means it is going to generate more tokens, and therefore it is more actually consuming more space. More tokens means more time for retrieval, and also it is expensive. So that is where I bring actually English is the most core, because it generates less number of tokens for every word here. So more number of tokens means slow response. and a shrunk context window, a 32K token window holds far less real Kannada than text. So that means the window, it will terminate. It cannot really hold beyond that. So this is the main important thing that, you can say that English is basically used, in all cases. Then how basically the native languages are supported here in the next slide here. So when you take the English language here, so when you want to put in Kannada, you want to, pray something else in Hindi, for example, you imagine a sentence that you want to ask in Hindi, क्या तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? So that means this is a question. So that means if you want to text this, ultimately internally, these are converted into English actually largely, and they are actually tokenized. So that means they are in this, what is known as, this is another important paper called chain of thoughts. Chain of thoughts is something, you take an input here, and this input query is converted internally into another representation. So this basically gives you a way that you can reduce the total number of tokens, and you can get the appropriate answer and then get the response in Kannada. So that's what basically I have written here. Even when a model is prompted and answers fluently in Kannada, Hindi or Tamil, research on chain of thoughts shows that the reasoning happening underneath frequency drifts to Hindi, English, and the language model that was most rewarded. So this is the kind of thing that is happening in our large language models. So this way I bring actually the context to your theme of your submit here. So this is about building tokenizers. So what it means, tokenizer and embedding designs for Kannada and Dravidian languages is wide open. And this kind of research, huge amount of research is possible in India. So how we can really reduce the total number of tokens for any given native language, so that we can reduce the cost, is another open area of research for most of the computer science people who would want to do research in this area. So language is not just an interface to intelligence, it is a lens also, right? So next comes to the important component, what are known as agentic AI. Agentic AI is basically one of the important advancement where large number of job opportunities are residing, and at the same time, large scale production is possible at the laboratory level. So what is agentic AI is that it is basically, it uses what is known as large language models. It has to use the large language model. And these large language models basically provide the necessary data to agentic AI. And agentic AI process memory, and it is able to take its own action. So this is something, very important for all of you to understand here. The agent is not just a more advanced LLM. Think of an agent as a system that uses LLM and several LLMs or even web or any other thing with which can take, in a combined way, a unique decision for certain actions. So LLMs on their own are stateless single step predictors. So if you take a generative AI, you ask a query, you will get a response. So that means one step operation. It doesn't have any memory, as mentioned by Professor Bhatia, that it doesn't really understand any meaning and so on. It is only a number. So therefore, we need to really look at the answers based on the conditional probability. This large language model here are stateless because they just take the input and then pass, as he mentioned about the neurons, how it works. It gives the one pass here after training. You will get an output, and this what is the prediction is all about. And they generate one-off response based on the input with no memory and so on. So what about this agent is that it uses the memory, it calls tools or APIs, it makes decisions across multiple platforms and maintains a state here. So all these things basically are combined into simple operations. So that means this agentic AI, you can always build as an agent. Example, for example, I will just give an example. You want to generate your own agent, you want to generate your personal assistant, right? So most of you can try on Claude or any other GPT free software subscriptions you can always use, where you want to generate your executive assistant. So what you instruct to the executive assistant is, now you want to read all the newspapers available today and give me the summary. This is the prompt that you are giving. So you can always generate an agent and program it without writing any program suitably using the code, and it will generate an agent, and every day from this time to this time, it will, design an agent which will go through all the newspapers which are available today and then give a comprehensive summary and mail it to you. So whatever task that your executive assistant is asking or managing, all these things can be done, by your agent. This is one simple example where you can use at your, pace. But in all control and automation, this has become handy. The signals and data are taken, and it will go to other, systems to retrieve the data and process the data, combine the data, and execute an action. So all these things are performed by agents. So several agents need to be deployed for many scientific inventions. For example, Chandrayana. In Chandrayana, during the last stages of landing, where the height was about just 200 meters, the telemetry was disconnected, and the internal computer there need to assess this space, whether it is rough or smooth, and it has to reduce the speed at approximately, measure the distance, understand the surface roughness and so on, and it has to make a soft landing. So all these things are internally generated. It takes the data from the sensors at that time, process the data, and executes the data. So you can imagine that an agent sitting in the computer there basically makes these kind of decisions. So there are several, examples where agents are generated and residing the machine. And it comes under a new era of computing in computer science called edge computing. I will go to the next one. So if you look into LLM versus agent, this is the comparisons already mentioned. So the autonomy of an agent loop is you need to have a goal, plan, action, and observation. So these are all I just mentioned. The age of agentic AI, specialized systems designed to perform specific tasks, autonomously scheduling meetings, answering customer queries, navigating a car. Even driverless cars basically are driven by agents today, right? So most of the things that are done, it captures the signals, video signals from all directions, and make a soft, drive, soft motions. The future applications here are plenty. Here I just conclude by mentioning about many applications: autonomous AI ecosystems, AI-powered software development, AI digital twins, AI scientific discovery, lifelong learning AI, multimodal AI, neuro AI and brain-computer interface, ethical and explainable AI. These are all some of the exciting applications, as a result of generative AI and agentic AI. So major thrust areas include autonomous AI systems. I mentioned all these things one by one now. Taking the first one here, autonomous ecosystems and lifelong learning. So here, autonomous AI systems, current AI models are largely static snapshots trained by large, corpus of data. The future lies in continual learning of AI systems that adapt to the knowledge. And so what actually is that, the current agentic AI systems are able to understand from your queries also. So whatever query that you are giving, it tries to tokenize and also understand the current context. It keeps on learning. So learning is, lifelong. That is one part of autonomous ecosystem, because it has to adapt to the changing environment. The agents basically learn, adapt, and then take the decision. It's a software development. Software development is also made easy today. So you can see that the most of the software development process is autonomous today. Okay, AI agents already assist in coding because the code is generated and code is debugged actually, and code is fixed actually by this system. The AI agent is being trained to do this job irrespective of the language like Python or any other language. Digital twins is something, where complex scenarios, exist. You want to have an experience. For example, you want to understand the pressure and also happening inside a nuclear reactor. We cannot go and touch it. I can always simulate a similar kind of in a system in the real time and understand what is happening inside. And it is called digital twin. So digital twins have several applications. For example, someone wants to perform a surgery. So you will simulate the patient with all internal organs open, and you can always touch and then see that there's a dissection. So it gives an hands-on experience. So same physical model, it digitally created, that's called digital twin, and AI agents can perform any kind of task that you desire. AI for scientific discovery, this is where basically a lot of research need to be done to understand the potential benefit of AI agents. In LinkedIn, I left actually one simulation. Actually, some of you can go to my LinkedIn and check it. Now, the same neural network, what actually Professor Bhatia mentioned, a multi-layer perceptron, how it classifies the different planes, different regions in the input space, I have simulated actually by giving some commands to the chat GPT, and it is showing three different clusters data in the three-dimensional space, and three planes are revolving around during training and then making an intersection to generate a classification region. So that's one small tip of an iceberg where you want to understand. For example, I will give a mathematical equation e to the power of x. You want to tell what actually this e to the power of x is all about. You want to give a differential equation. You ask GPT is the differential equation and what actually it reflects. It will simulate everything on the 2-dimension and 3-dimension system and make you understand. So the curiosity and the quest for more ideas on what actually things happen integrated together can be best understood by the help of these generative AI models today. This is where the higher engineering education should basically focus upon the building such blocks and creating that kind of an impactive curiosity among the students and researchers. More research is possible today by using GPT by combining the mathematics. These booms are interconnected. Now, whatever I mentioned, they are all interconnected. For example, autonomous ecosystem rely on lifelong learning and multimodal AI. Digital twins become smarter with continual learning and multimodal perception. Neuro AI benefits from advances in multimodal understanding and ethical framework. AI-powered software development accelerates progress in every field. Together, we create self-reinforcing cycle, each advancement fueling the next, pushing AI boundaries beyond the current scenario available today. So this is what basically the next boom is all about. The next AI boom is transformer industries where jobs, this is particular with respect to jobs, healthcare, finance, education, manufacturing, and more will be reshaped. Human roles shift towards supervising, collaborating, and innovating alongside AI, and raise new questions means privacy, bias. There are many critical challenges that we are undergoing through. So we mentioned that we have to use AI in a responsible way. I just put it here. This another big area where one of my friend, Dr. B. Ravindran, who was with me at IAC, is spearheading a major work at Indian Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and is head of Wadhwani School of Data Sciences here. He is doing a lot of work on responsible AI. So therefore, the next boom is basically revolving around these things today. Now, what I would suggest to institutions where students are here, you want to set up a lab to develop your own edge AI or AI agent. You can look at NVIDIA Jetson or or in Nano. This is a kit actually. So it costs $280. It can turn out 67 tera floating point operations per second, and it is 102 gigabits per second memory bandwidth, 1.7 gigahertz CPU. So this is good enough to start your work here. You can simply load Llama free version, a large language model. Autonomous and do any kind of agentic work that you want to do, right? So without really spending money on the cloud and so on. If you want to go for a still higher version, you can go for secondly. You can go for NVIDIA Jetson Thor. This is the new version. It costs 3,500 US dollars. It has 2070 tera floating point operations per second, 273 gigabits per second memory bandwidth, 14 core CPU. This is good enough for the entire class here. So in Indian context, we can buy one single NVIDIA Thor, and people can always interface the display, keyboard, and all this kind of information is available. Set up a lab with this and continue your large language models and English language training. Everything can be, whatever I mentioned here in a small bird's eye view, can be generated here. And this one can be used to generate application specific. It costs around $20,000, 20,000 rupees here approximately. And you can buy some 8 to 10 such kits here, set up a lab, and conduct allow the students to do a lot of experiments. They will measure the soil mechanics, or they will measure the blood pressure or human health, and you can generate the all kind of applications which requires automation can be done here in this. There are infinite possibilities. And I just conclude this talk here within the limited time, so that I think I gave a bird's eye view of the large language models. And in terms of mathematics, it is based on The idea was based on Vaswani's paper of 2017, Attention is All You Need. It is a full paper actually, so I want all of you to download this paper, and it's pretty easy to read. And this is the paper. I downloaded and went through this, and this paper gives you complete idea, and a lot of changes are possible. And lastly, for those who are in research and development and motivated students, the era of AI is no doubt basically generating superhumans, because your smartphone is a superhuman today because it gets connected with all the generative AI models which you have downloaded as apps and give you the kind of answers. So that means all mathematicians, Newton, Einstein, it's available here today, right? That means there's this superpower. It's more than the expert professor available today on Earth. It is having so much of intelligence because it has the all corpus words in all domains it is holding today. So any query to that, it is reasonably able to give the right answer. So we are confined to live in an era where machines are more superior in terms of knowledge, in terms of intelligence. But there is again threat. If all machines basically become agent and superhumans, then where is the space for human thinking? So there is again a caution that the human brain may go out of step, in the sense that it will start losing its capability to really reasoning, because we depend everything on the machines for everything. We just type and try to get that. If the next generation depends on that, the machines are going to dominate the whole life along, and management, everything. So therefore there is one thing: machines cannot become wiser. The wisdom lies still with the humans. So this is a word I want to distinguish between intelligence and wisdom. The wisdom is with the humans, and therefore wisdom need to be progressed, and the wisdom lies in mathematics today. So I keep telling that mathematics is the backbone for all future discoveries, inventions of new superior tools than whatever ChatGPT or any other thing that you want to publish. Want to make any dent in the space, you need to live with only mathematics, because all these kind of neural computing, AI, they are heavily based on mathematical proofs. So therefore I recommend that mathematics department should take complete control along with the computer science and allied branches in making people understand, I quote, understand the physics of mathematics. I think I have given you some glimpses of in a very bird's eye view. More details is so voluminous, and it is totally detailed. Can't really understand. If you ask me how I can really design an agent, I can't tell it in just 35-40 minutes. But there are several free courses available where you can enroll, and then you can learn, design your own agents for your own tasks, and see how life basically goes beyond. Even for English language teaching, you can design your own agent and give it to the student depending on his capability, so that each student keep mentoring the student in this way, mentoring each student depending on his language capacity and capability. A agent can always continuously help to understand rather than one single feature. And there was one paper in 1984 by Benjamin C. Bloom. All of you may be knowing Bloom's taxonomy. This Benjamin C. Bloom, you look into that again, download that paper in 1984. It's available in one of the, I don't in 1984, it will, it is on Bloom's taxonomy. It will basically give you an idea that he published in 1984 that the attention for a single teacher, one-to-one understanding is always maximum with highest efficiency. And when you want to teach a class of 80 students, you cannot really give the same attention. So technology was not available at that time. Now technology is available, so that every teacher is an agent. You can create 100 students, 100 agents, and each agent basically keep tracking one student. So this is how basically you can really improve your research and development in the English language department. And for all others, irrespective of the branches, the generative AI need to be more more efficient if and only if you give prompt, correct prompt is called a prompt engineering. That means you need to give very specific question, very nicely framed sequential statements and words need to be given in order to derive the proper answer. Otherwise it will also lead to what is known as hallucinations, right? This is another drawback of generative AI. And one step further, it is not prompt engineering, it is called context engineering. So that means in what context you are asking the GPT. So you need to be very clear about that. And again, several papers and details are available for all of you to read and understand. And everyone in the office who want to design a document and read a document need to understand the syntax and semantics through appropriate context engineering. I think I completed my time in 45 minutes. Any questions now? Very much happy to answer to all of you.
So the session is on for questions. In case there are questions on anybody's minds, please ask. There is a question in your mind, please ask. No questions.
Hope it was informative.
It was actually, people are sending those like expressions to say that it was extensive, it was captivating, and it was very good presentations, very good sessions. And when I requested you to make a presentation or take a session amalgamating English and AI, you denied, you refused, but today Caesar, actually, you included that English somewhere in your presentation, though it was for a shorter duration, but you made us realize that tokenization cost can be reduced by using English. And you talked about the importance of English as a language, even in the world of AI. That's enough, sir. And you have also given us a way to develop our own agentic AI, to customize our lesson plan, to customize the way we can help students. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time.
So convey my best wishes to Manoj. Manoj is not there, I think, So Madhav Swami is
Sir, he's traveling. He's traveling actually. So
Okay.
this was the reason that initially he was here. Told us that it might be difficult for him to stay online throughout.
Okay.
I surely
Convey my thanks to everyone in JSS Noida. Best wishes to all of you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and thank you for it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are gaining fruitful insights from our sessions. We now move on to the next one. For the same, it is my privilege to introduce our next resource person for today's session, Professor Dr. Rajneesh Chauhan, Director of the Institute of Management Technology, Nagpur. Professor Chauhan began his academic journey with the BTech in Electrical Engineering from NIT Hamirpur, followed by an MBA from IMT Ghaziabad and a PhD in Business Administration and Management from National Law University, Jodhpur. With over 3 decades of professional experience, he started his career at SAIL, followed by leadership roles at Ramco Systems and Infosys, where he led major ERP and SAP operations across India and international markets. He later transitioned to academia and served the FORE School of Management, New Delhi, in several distinguished roles, including professor, chairman placements, dean, executive board member, and head of the Gurgaon campus. Today, he leads IMT Nagpur as its director, continuing to shape the next generation of management professionals. His remarkable journey across industry and academia makes him an inspiring leader and mentor, and we are truly honored to have him with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Rajneesh Chauhan. Sir, we are delighted to have you with us. Over to you.
Sajal, thank you for the very, very kind words. Good morning to all of you. The conveners of the conference also, the senior management of JSS also. I can see a lot of names over here. My greetings to all of you, my respects to all of you. And of course, to your audience also. It's a pleasure to be here. I should also thank Dr. Nishi Sharma. She has been, she was successfully able to get my time for this particular session. Thank you, Dr. Nishi Sharma also.
Thank you so much, sir.
So in fact, even before I start my session, I guess I'm eating into your lunch. What is it? Your tea break probably. Do you want to start now or you want to start after 5-10 minutes?
Sir, it is okay, perfectly okay to start. We are here only.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
So, since we were towards the end of the presentation, the very insightful presentation Dr. T.N. Nagabhushan was giving, there was a reference to English also, and I know that CommuLingua AI 2026 to some extent has a context of English also. So I thought that at least that even before I get into my topic, let me delve into the importance of English in today's AI world, in today's generative AI world. Because having said that, it's a fact that English has a head start over all the other languages when it comes to AI, especially when it comes to generative AI. And whenever we are talking about generative AI, that's the end agentic AI. That's the kind of AI that we normally colloquially refer to as. And the reason why it has an advantage is, of course, Dr. Nagabhushan also said that in terms of the tokenizer tax, it is on the lower side for English, in fact, for all languages that have Latin as that fundamentally works with Latin as the basic alphabet. And to that extent, Indian languages have a disadvantage. Indian languages have a disadvantage on multiple terms. Of course, one is this technical thing which is called as tokenizer tax. But I'm sure by now, all of us will understand that when it comes to generative AI, it fundamentally reads up all the data which is there in the documents, on the internet, so on and so forth, everywhere, and learns from it and gives it back to us. Now, given our 22 official Indian languages, fact of the matter is that we have got constraints in terms of the volume of literature that we have. And since we have a constraint on the volume of literature that we have, since we have a constraint on the amount of data that we have, in our regional languages, so that obviously becomes a issue, and that's the reason why we are not able to push forward, amongst the other reasons, of course, in terms of being able to come up with a very successful GenAI engine for non-English languages. So to that extent, definitely English has an advantage, and for those, most of us are all of us are from India only. We know the vagaries of our language. Many a times script is not there. It is driven by dialects, and then not only that, we have got very nuances in the sense that you have got multiple scripts referring to the same word. I'll give you an example: Urdu and Hindi. There are so many common words which are shared, but then having said that, the scripts are different. So even if you expect a large language model to read, it becomes complex to a very large extent. Or the other side probably could be languages like Assamese and Bengali, which actually share the same script, but the construction of the language is difficult. So we have our own vagaries, and so on and so forth. But having said that, fact of the matter remains that English, and this being CommuLingua AI 2026, has an inherent advantage when it comes to AI, the way we see it, the way we interpret it, so on and so forth. So that is a small digression which I thought I will make initially. Before I get into my topic, I am fundamentally a technical person, of course, but then, having said that, the topic which has been given to me is leadership communication in the age of automation and artificial intelligence. So let me speak about this particular topic in 4 to 5 points, if you allow me, over the next 15-20 minutes. So we are talking about leadership communication in the age of automation and artificial intelligence. That is what we're talking about. We talk about leadership also. So fundamentally 3 things: leadership, the communication of leadership, the leadership communication, and the context happens to be, or this subcontext happens to be, the age of automation and artificial intelligence. So, 3-4 points that I wanted to make. Let me start with the first point. When it comes to leadership communication, it's not about communicating information, but about communicating judgments as on day today. Okay, and the context, the way I want to build up is, see, when it comes to information technology, 50, 60 years back, we were in the era of scarcity of information. We were in the era of scarcity of information. There used to be hardly any information. And fast forward 50, 60 years, today, when we are sitting today, we are actually sitting in an information age where you have got information ubiquity, if I have to use that word. So the challenge of IT has shifted from information scarcity to information ubiquity. So leadership communication is no longer about communicating information, which used to be some 50, 60 years back. It is about communicating the judgment part of it. For most of the last century, the great constraint on leadership was information itself. Data was scarce, it was expensive, it was locked up in filing cabinets and head offices in the minds of few experts who had spent years getting access to it. And in that word, in the past word, the leader's core job was almost mechanical: gather the information, guard it, release it to the organization in very careful, controlled doses. Information was power precisely because so very few people had it. And fundamentally, power came from controlling the information. But then all this was 50 to 60 years back. That word no longer exists today. Today, every employee every employee in an organization, no matter what the function is, marketing, finance, whatever it is, he has access to huge amounts of information. This scarcity has not just eased; it has actually inverted. We have moved from a word of information scarcity to a word of information ubiquity. The problem is no longer that people don't have enough information. The problem as on day today is that the people have too much of information, and this is where a certain kind of leadership becomes obsolete. The leadership that saw the leadership of the past that saw his job as being keeper and dispenser of facts. If everyone in the room already has the same quarterly numbers, the same competitor analysis, and if I have to use the word, maybe the same AI generated summary also, then simply by reciting information back to them, it is not leadership, and neither it is leadership communication. It is nothing but duplication, redundancy, repetition, so on and so forth. Now, the research is already telling us what this information abundance is doing to people. Because of too much of information overload, studies link constant exposure to AI generated information with rising cognitive strain, with attention fatigue, with decision fatigue amongst employees. And a very well known industry study by McKinsey makes the paradox very sharp. The overwhelming majority of the companies today are using AI somewhere in the business, and yet, by the same research, almost none of them report a measurable return from it. See, as individuals, all of us see tremendous benefits as productivity gainers, right? But the business cases are still far and few. And even those companies that are reporting ROIs, it is not going beyond 3 or 4% of the AI investment that they're making. More data is there, more tools are there, more dashboards are there, but clarity is the one which is lacking as on day today. So if information is no longer scarce, what is it? What is it that is scarce? Well, the answer to that is the judgment part is what is scarce, and that is where the leader is supposed to fit in. The ability to look at everything available and say, this matters, that does not matter, here is what we should be doing, that is what is scarce as of now. The ability to compress complexity into decisions into that is what is lacking as of now. So, as I said, power in the past used to reside with people who had access to information. Today, in the world, when everybody is privy to information, the power resides with the people who are actually able to make sense out of the information and give judgments on that. And that is where leadership communication is all about in today's world. The shift has happened because fundamentally information is no longer scarce but ubiquitous today. And leadership is not about communicating information as on day today, as used to happen in the past, but communicating judgment based upon the superfluous data that we actually have. Okay, that's the first point which I wanted to make. And I thought that because this is the early trend which is catching up, let me speak about a corollary also. In the newspapers these days, you would have actually come across, or in the text as a part of your research also, you would have come across a word called data sovereignty. And the data sovereignty thing is that you would have seen a reverse flow also, wherein the organizations and the countries today are saying that the information happens to be a sovereign property. Okay. And the fundamental reason for that is because today's AI engines, whether it is ChatGPT, whether it happens to be Claude or whatever it is, they get trained on data and information. If they don't have access to the data and information, they will not get trained on it. And if they don't get trained on it, they are not able to build intelligence for our context on it. And these days, data is sensitive. So that is why companies and countries are trying to control who has access to data. You would have heard from our government also that we are talking about data in sovereign terms, saying that we should have a sovereign database, or at least, which we do not so easily let go of the other. So that's the first point which I wanted to make. That's the corollary part of it. But net, of course, the first point of what you wanted to make as a part of leadership communication is that it is not about communicating information these days. It's actually about communicating the judgment on that ubiquitous information that is sitting all around us. That's the first point which I wanted to make. The second point, which I wanted to make, is again in the leadership communication in the age of automation and AI. There is a need for technical fluency in communication today. We are living through a moment where pace of technological change has outrun most people's ability to keep up with it. It's a fact. I am a technical person, but still I also struggle to it. And it is not because you, me, or anybody else is lacking intelligence, because nobody is translating this particular thing for them. Technology used to move slowly enough that people could absorb it at their own pace. That word is gone. A tool that did not exist in January is a standard practice by the month of June. And somewhere in that gap between invention and adoption, the common corporate citizen or the common academician citizen, the common citizen, the person who's actually doing the work gets lost. So the question becomes, who brings clarity into this particular confusion? Who stands up and says that here is what it really is, and this is what the noise is, this is what it actually means for you, this is what the implications are. And the answer to that, of course, is the leader. It is not the IT department, it is not the CTO, it is not the CIO, so on and so forth. The answer is to that is actually the leader. And as business leaders, that change in leadership communication has to be there. There was a time when AI was a CTO's job, when GenAI was a CTO's job. It was his job to explain it. It was the CFO's job to fund it. It used to be a technical matter handled in some technical corner of the business. But then that time is over. Every function today is being touched upon by this technology now, whether it is finance, marketing, HR, so on and so forth. And every leader, regardless of the function, has to be able to narrate a story around AI. He has to be technically comfortable with those things, not delegate the narration. You have to narrate it yourself. And this is where it matters. In fact, because the fact of the matter is that today, as on date, no matter what the organization is, 80% of the people are not comfortable with it. And when the 80% of the people are not comfortable with it, it is not a training problem. It is something more deeper. It's a leadership vacuum. And obviously, what happens is when the moment there's a vacuum, something will get into the vacuum. Something rushes into it and tip more often than not, it will be something negative, usually rumor, anxiety, resistance, whatever it is. And having said that, let me also make a clarification when I talk about technical fluency. I don't mean that the leader has to be able to write codes. He should be able to talk about large language model in technical details, so on and so forth. No, that is not fluency. That's a costume. Real fluency means something much simpler and much harder. It means understanding the technology well enough to separate what it actually can do and what the hype is. It means being able to say in one sentence and not 10 sentences of borrowed jargon and dropping words, so on and so forth, that this is what it actually means for you. Okay. So in the age of AI, technical fluency on the part of leadership and technical fluency being communicated by the leader is something which is of paramount importance, has to be there. It's expected from the leader. So that's the second point which I thought that I will make at this particular juncture. Okay. Third thing which I wanted to speak about is, and I'm very scared of treading into this area because this is an area of English experts, communication experts, so on and so forth. But nevertheless, let me take a stab at it. When it comes to leadership communication, it goes beyond sentence creation. It goes, communication is not about writing sentences. It is much more than that. It is about building trust, building faith, allaying fears, removing anxieties, giving hope. Communication was never really only about sentences. It was not about paragraphs, grammar, the perfect turns of phrase, the structure of the sentence, so on and so forth. Those are containers. And these containers are supposed to carry something which is far, far more important. Communication goes much beyond. It goes into building trust, faith, removing fears, anxiety from the organization, from the workplace, so on and so forth, so that teams can collaborate, etc., etc. That is how we look at it from a business point of view. And The reason I talk about it more is because, whether it is you, me, in the organization, outside the organization, so on and so forth, the moment we speak about AI and that AI is being implemented, there's a certain amount of anxiety, there's a certain amount of fear that creeps in, whether you call it as job losses, whether you call it as somebody looking at it with a lot of suspicion, so on and so forth. All these things start happening. Okay. Yes, in fact, not only inside the organization, for those of us who are reading newspapers, you would have seen that US, etc., when these large data centers which will enable artificial intelligence are coming up, even the larger public is actually protesting against them. And so the fact of the matter is that, as what is the role of leaders at this particular point in time, goes when it comes to communication, it goes, to build trust, to build faith, allay fears, remove anxieties, etc., give hope to the general public, give hope to the organization. That's becoming very important as of now. And that takes up at least 10% of or 5% of any leader's communication to his larger teams and to his larger organizations as on day today. Agree, some job losses will be there, some jobs will get recrafted also, new jobs will come in, there'll be jobs that will be getting minimally affected, a new class of jobs will come up, so on and so forth. Okay. And these are things that have happened in the past also. But can AI replace everything? It cannot replace everything. For example, artificial intelligence, all said and done, it cannot read a room full of people for me. It cannot negotiate a conflict for me. It cannot make a team work for me or collaborate with me. It cannot make me trust someone. And as a leader, I don't want despondency in my organization. I want faith. I want hope in my organization. And my communication in the age has to be, as a leader, has to be very positive and very hope giving. In fact, most of the AI projects, and this is something actually true for most of the technology projects also, 80% of them, they actually fail not because of technological reasons. They are actually failing because of non-technological reasons, 80% of the times when they fail. They fail because of business reasons, they fail because of change management. And as all of us would know, when it comes to change management, communication is a huge part of change management. What change is coming in, what part of the organization will get impacted, what part will not get impacted, what part of the organization will get reskilled, etc., etc. All this is a part of communication plan and the communication that has to be done at multiple levels whenever you're talking about implementation of AI projects or implementation of AI initiatives in an organization. So communication becomes all the more important out over here. So as I said that, as leaders, we should not be looking upon communication as, churning out sentences, paragraphs, so on and so forth. We are supposed to be giving hope to the organization. We are supposed to be building trust in the organization. We are supposed to be allaying fears and unfounded anxieties and all those things in the theater. That's the third thing which I thought that I will put it forward for everybody's consumption. Okay. And then, of course, in terms of yet another thing which I thought that I would put forward is, leadership over the past quite some time, leadership communication, it has transitioned from communicating straightforward and mundane things to communicating complexity, ambiguity, and abstract things, at least in terms of the effort spent. As a leader, we send out many communications. Some are simple communications, some are complex communication. What are these simple communications? They are updates, reports, relying on straightforward mail, replying to straightforward mail, some congratulatory mail, maybe some process announcements, so on and so forth. What are complex communication? Complex communication could be like, the impact of changing business environment on my strategic plan or the impact of some disruption on my organization, so on and so forth. This is a complex communication which has got contradictory terms in it, which has got contradictory things in it, so on and so forth. Okay. The communication itself looks more like an oxymoron when it comes to communicating these so-called complex things which are full of ambiguity, abstractness, so on and so forth. A generation ago, simple communication, updates, reports, replying to straightforward mail, the congratulatory mail, the process announcements, etc., took quite a lot of effort. Today, in the age of AI, today in the age of Gen AI and agentic AI, the simple communication hardly takes any effort because all this is simple, routine, repeatable, straightforward, etc., can now be written, personalized, and sent by machine very, very easily and much more efficiently. That thing is so simple communication is no longer taking my effort. So think about what AI has actually solved in communication. It has solved, construction of sentences for me, construction of messages, construction of emails. It takes care of the frequency at which the messages have to be sent daily, weekly, monthly, whatever it is. And likewise, and that too without fail and fatigue. And AI also takes care of mass customization of messages for me. So if I have to send 1,000 variations of the same message to 1,000 different employees, all these things can be done. And these are all simple communication, straightforward, mundane. It's something which AI can do for me. So the real question then is that as a leader, what is actually left for me to do? And the answer is uncomfortable for anyone who has built a career on being articulate about the obvious. What's left for me is complex, ambiguous, abstract, so on and so forth. The kind of things which do not have a template. They do not have preset rules. And that is what the focus has to be then. There are useful ways to think. Some decision theorists, they distinguish between problems and classify problems into two categories. One category of problems is where cause and effect is clear to everyone, where the right answer is more or less self-evident. This is something which AI can do. The other category of problems is where the cause and effect cannot be easily understood, where things are still changing as you try to describe it. Things are complex, abstract, fluid, ambiguous, ever-changing, so on and so forth. AI, as on date, has completely conquered the first category of problems, but AI cannot address the second category. And the leader's job at that particular point in time comes in over there that, to communicate the complexity, ambiguity, and the abstractness of some ideas. It is not communicating the straightforward things, which probably used to happen in the past. And having said that, because I'm talking about all these things, in terms of things being straightforward, so on and so forth, if you look at human communication also, when it came to human to human communication, go back thousands of years back, what we started out was, when it came to first, natural language was there. We used to sit across probably campfires or jungles and forests. We used to talk to each other verbally. We moved to the next level when it came to communicating to each other. From natural language, from the spoken language, rather, it went to graphics. We started coming up with cave paintings and all those things. The next step in the evolution of human to human communication happened to be that when we started seeing scrolls coming up, the texts which were written over there, some of them which we have been able to decipher also, and some of them which we are still to decipher. The Indus Valley Civilization scrolls, for example, still to be deciphered. And then, of course, the complexity increased. It went all the way to, very mathematical way of expressing things. When it came to computers, we started writing in binary, zeros and ones, so on and so forth. So that was one way of looking at, evolution of human to human communication. But if you look at, the way human to computer communication has evolved. Okay, for those of you, or at least I have been there for long enough time, when the binary things used to be there, so on and so forth, we used to go to computer center with punch cards in our hand. Each hole used to mark a zero, and wherever the hole was not there, it used to be a one kind of a thing. We used to use punch cards. That was a very complex kind of a thing. The next step was that over a period of time, we started using DOS prompts. Some of you actually might be comfortable with DOS prompts also, wherein people started typing in text kind of a thing. So it was no longer a punch card with a hole or not a hero, but a DOS prompt. So that was the next level in terms of evolution of human to computer communication. Couple of years down the line, when Microsoft came up with Windows, that was the first time when we actually started going from the DOS prompt to the graphics part of it. Okay, wherein we actually started talking about, graphical user interface. We could point things, we could click on things, we could drag things, drop things, so on and so forth. And if you look at it today, the moment we open a GenAI engine, the interface is very simple. It is very, driven by natural language. In fact, you've got a mic also over there. It is very conversational also. So, if the human to human communication at a particular point in time has gone from simplicity to being complex when it came to campfires, cave painting, scrolls, text, and binary code. If you look at human to computer evolution, it's actually gone the other way around. The complexity has reduced over the year, and the larger trend amongst all these things is that the complexity is further reducing. Probably the next step is that maybe they'll be able to figure out what we're thinking also. And the reason I wanted to speak about this evolution of human to computer evolution is because I just now spoke about the fact that many a time leadership communication is also about moving from straightforward things to complex and ambiguous things. So when it comes to communicating and English being an important part of this entire, communication story, we should keep in mind this particular thing also, wherein we talk about evolution of human to computer communication, which has fundamentally gone from being complex to very, very simple and straightforward today. So I thought that, let me close it at that. These are the 4 submissions which I wanted to make for the benefit of everybody. And if somebody has a question, I'm okay to take with it. And I hope I've been able to bring the conference back into schedule by closing it at 12:21. I'm not eating into people's lunchtime and all those things. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions if there are any.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any questions, please? If you have anything in your mind, you can also chat in case you're not able to unmute yourself and ask your questions. You can write in the chat.
There's a question which says that, sir, I need your guidance. The developers are facing some issues communicating the required information to the managers. Yes, it is always there because when it comes to managers, they are talking more in terms of business language. When it comes to developers, they are talking more in terms of the technical language. And this is where GenAI comes in, because GenAI at the end of the day gives you an interface of natural language, many a times even conversational, which actually helps you to explain your things in non-technical terms. That's one thing. And 2 is sometimes even when a functional person wants to communicate, come up with a technical code, he can use natural language. So as I said, the larger trend actually when it comes to human to computer communication is a transition towards simplicity. We were very, very complex at that particular point in time. Now we are actually going to simple things. And with in this age of GenAI things, these things seem to be becoming more and more simple. So that's my submission to you. That is what I would say.
Thank you so much, Professor Chauhan, for such an insightful and inspiring session. Your thoughts on leadership communication in the age of automation and artificial intelligence beautifully highlighted that while technology continues to evolve, effective communication and human leadership remain irreplaceable. On behalf of JSS University Noida, I sincerely thank you for sharing your valuable time, expertise, and experience with us. We truly appreciate your presence and the enriching perspectives you shared today. Thank you once again, sir. It was an honor to have you with us.
Thank you, Sajal, and thank you to all the conveners and the co-conveners of the CommuLingua AI 2026 also, and thank you to the very esteemed audience for a very patient listening also. I wish you a good day and I wish you success with the conference. May you have a fruitful day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, so participants, now we will take a 5-minute break because we couldn't take the tea break. So you all can just rest for 5 minutes and then we will start with the next speaker. Thank you.
Am I audible? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
Sir, Dr. Kalika Singh is connecting. Reconnect. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, so good afternoon. Welcome to the session. Moving ahead towards the next part of our session, let me introduce our next resource person. Today, we have the distinct honor of welcoming Professor Sanjeev Mishra, a distinguished academician and professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, where he has been serving since 2009. With over 17 years of teaching, research, and academic leadership at one of India's premier institutions, Professor Mishra has made significant contributions to the field of English literature. He holds a bachelor's, master's, and doctor of philosophy in English literature from the prestigious Banaras Hindu University. His rich academic background and extensive experience have established him as a respected scholar, educator, and mentor. He is also an active member of international academic organizations, including the Pacific, Asian, and Modern Language Association, reflecting his continued engagement with global research and scholarly collaboration. So, we are honored to have you, sir, here with us today, and we look forward to gaining valuable insights from his expertise and experience. So let's extend a warm welcome to sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Am I audible properly? Just
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I may have to join again. I will have to
So
join.
there is a little bit of disturbance from your end, I believe.
Just 1 minute, please. Just a minute. This one, yeah. And this one. All right. Fine. So once again, I thank you everybody, and I can see some of the familiar faces, including Professor Pramod ji. To set the ball rolling, Professor Pramod, anyway, he might have left. I hope.
Sir.
So is it time for me to begin? Should I?
Yes, sir.
Organizer, please tell me.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you so
you are
much. Thank you
audible,
so much.
sir.
So let me share the screen fast. This one. This. Is it visible now? Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
It is
sir.
visible.
All right. So the topic that has been given to me, AI enhanced English communication in education. There are three important components of this title, if not about the presentation, the title. It has got enhanced, it has got English, third, it has got communication, and fourth, education. All these four important words, they have got a unique meaning, a unique significance of their own. First of all, enhanced. Obviously, communication and enhancing. That's really a little surprising for me. Communication and enhancing. That's something which is supposed to be natural enough. Do we really need to enhance it? So I'm a little skeptic, and I hope you share my skepticism about the word enhancing and enhancing the communication. So do we really need to enhance? In the slides to come, I might be discussing and I might be looking for your views as well. And then English communication. Is it important that we communicate only in English? And these slides, are these slides or is this presentation only confined to my expertise as a professor of English? And the role of the audience over there, is it just to learn English communication or communication in general? What if I am good in Hindi or good in one of the Indian languages and still I can be a good communicator? So another problem. And then education. I personally do not feel aligning with the idea of education the way it has been programmed or the way it has been designed or the way it has been conceptualized. The moment I hear of education, I'm reminded of Macaulay, I'm reminded of Charles Grant in Indian context at least. If not in the context of America, if not in the context of England, but at least in the context of India, I'm reminded of education. And I'm reminded of Macaulay while talking about education. So we need to understand, do we really need to be educated the way Macaulay wanted us to be educated? Or do we need to be educated the way Emerson wanted his American brethren to be educated? Or Abraham Lincoln? Look at his letter, the letter to his son's teacher, and the way he wants his teacher, the teacher of his son, to educate his son. That's really marvelous. It has got nothing, absolutely nothing to do with what Indians have in mind when talking about education. Probably we had all these in ancient India, but then we lost the ties got badly severed, and we are left struggling for the meaning and definition of education, enhancement of English communication in a country which boasted of people like Shankaracharya, which boasted of people like Chanakya and all those great speakers, including Mandan Mishra of Varanasi. Communication, is it not really surprising for me? Should it not be surprising for all of us to be learning communication? That means we know nothing about communication, and there is someone to civilize us, there is someone to educate us. So is it not part of the grand design of the same civilizing mission, something which has been referred to by Rudyard Kipling in his celebrated novels? So that's one thing. Now coming back to slides, of course, I don't think I have time enough for dealing with each of these components in detail. However, I'll be just touching upon some of the facets of communication in education in the Indian context as well. So AI, and frankly and honestly speaking, I have tried to squeeze it. And when you squeeze something, its meaning might get distorted. Its significance, its reality gets distorted a bit. So hope you won't mind that. So AI and literary writings literature explores intelligent machines, human machine relationships, surveillance, identity, consciousness, and the ethical limits of technology, which can be used I mean, AI can be used to brainstorm plots, develop characters, construct dialogues, revise sentences. I mean, all these very basic things AI can help us or has been helping us in. Because it cannot replace the real human essence. Of course, intelligence is important, but at the same time, artificial intelligence is important, but at the same time, we cannot altogether replace it with human instinct, something which we'll be dealing with in the slides to come. So basically, it's about communication, improving communication, interactive literary learning, creative experimentation, and all these things that we have been learning through AI. And we have writers. Yes, I've got to know about the writers, those who have written novels, taking the help of AI. And I'm not sure, in fact, my own student, my own PhD scholar, he has been writing graphic novels with the help of course, with the help of AI to a great extent. So far as designing the content is concerned, so far as designing the graphic things are concerned, so far as the pictures are concerned, he is taking the help of AI. But I have my own doubts. I have been sharing my own doubts and my own disagreements on the way he has been or they have been dealing with this good art form, graphic novels. So infusing artificial intelligence, what I observed that it has drained the originality of his expression, of his communication, which is very disastrous. So I suggested in the other day that, well, why don't you graph the picture? Why don't you make the picture? Why don't you ask your people to write or to graph those pictures on their own with the help of their hand instead of just machines? And yes, I heard he has done it, and now the results are going to be wonderful. Let's see what happens. In fact, UNESCO, the UN body, United Nations body, UNESCO, in fact, they have this in mind that human authorship has got to remain central. That means humanity, the human essence has got to be at the center. It should function, AI should function at the most as a collaborator in the process of communication rather than taking over the human himself. So it's not exactly it should not act as a replacement of imagination, replacement for imagination, for interpretation, and for personal expression. See, this human being and the creation of this human being has undergone a long drawn evolution, running into thousands of years, maybe lakhs or millions of years. Now we look at our audacity of the scientific humans, or the science-centered, typically science-centered scientists or humans, and their audacity. Not exactly kind of hubris, in fact, audacity, sheer audacity, that we can replace the entire human race, the entire human mind with all its millions and billions of neurons with a few thousand electrodes and whatnot. That's exactly impossible to do that. So what we can do, or how I personally view artificial intelligence, are just as a helper, as a collaborator, rather than as my counterpart. It's not going to be my counterpart. It can never be. I have been created by God Himself, by nature itself. By nature itself, one of the most mysterious creations of this in this universe. The universe itself has remained unknown. We have not been able to know everything. We have not been able to know even 1% of the world, things of the world, even less than 0.001% we know. Maybe, in fact, who knows the kind of things that we know actually exist that way or what? We are not very sure. So all that we've been doing, we're just experimenting. We should not be audacious enough, unnecessarily overconfident about our existence. So this has to be kept in mind. And once we get rid of our overconfidence, we'll be getting rid of our diffidence as well, our fears as well. Yes, fear. We'll cease to be afraid of that AI will replace us. No, it's not going to replace us. So many civilizations, so many developments, so many evolutions, so many revolutions have taken place in the long drawn history of civilizations. The Industrial Revolution, for example, agrarian revolution. That's one thing. It did not replace humanity. Then again, Industrial Revolution of 17th century, of 18th century, of all those few centuries. It did not. The same fear that we have today, they had back in those days. But then humanity is still continuing to thrive. But then why did it thrive? How did it thrive? That's important to know. There were people, there were philosophers, not the skeptic ones. In fact, those philosophers, they educated us, they guided us how to control those revolutions, how to harness the energies coming out of these revolutions. Instead of being scared, instead of being afraid of a replacement, we utilize those powers, those energies, the tension coming out of that. Then again, we have got the 20th century revolutions, political revolutions, then again, internet revolution, then again, mobile revolution. And now the latest one, the latest entrant has been AI. So rest assured, we are not going to be replaced. So far as we remain humans, so far as we continue to be confident. Writers and AI. Since I'm a scholar of literature, and I guess most of my audience, it constitutes scholars from literature or maybe culture studies. So it's very important to shed some light on the interconnectivity between writers with the process of writing and the AI system, and what someone like George Bernard Shaw had in mind when he foresaw. He actually didn't see. In fact, he foresaw the coming up of AI. And you'd be surprised to know, and yesterday I got to know through my scholar, that Eliza, the first form of artificial intelligence, the first computer, first such computer which can be called an AI the first model of AI. It was named after George Bernard Shaw's character, Eliza Doolittle. And the play was, I think it was Pygmalion. Was it Pygmalion? Yeah. The play was Pygmalion. So, and the play was written sometime in early 20th century, maybe late 19th century. But look at the vision which he had. Look at the power of Shaw's visualizing. So Shaw's visualization. He could visualize. He could foretell the things that are going to happen 170 years, or maybe after his 170 years after his birth. He was born in 1850. and then he wrote through 19th century, 19th and 20th centuries. Say this play was written in late 19th century. So that way also more than 120 years later, now we got the first vibrant model of the modern model of AI, ChatGPT, in 2022. So more than 120 years later, we see things happening exactly the same. What Shaw had in mind, the human consciousness, ever expanding human consciousness. The purposefulness of human mind, the spirit to enhance, the spirit, the enthusiasm, the zeal to elevate their selves, to look for, to seek knowledge, something like Ulysses, Tennyson's Ulysses says, to follow knowledge like a sinking star, not like the stupid ones, those who cease to exist, those who cease to enhance, to elevate, to move on. So there is a purpose. We human beings need to evolve because evolution has been central to our existence. If the earth keeps revolving, then obviously the things connected with the earth, they have got to evolve. They have got to evolve and they have got to evolve. So this revolution and the evolution, they go hand in hand. Everything has been moving. Everything is moving. Everything is moving. That's what his contemporary, Shaw's contemporary Albert Einstein had in mind. Theory of relativity. The famous philosopher, scientist, the one who came up with the idea of theory of relativity. And the energy. Energy never dies. Energy never destroys. It only changes form. So the human energy, where are we leading to? We are heading towards becoming Superman, which is what we get in Man and Superman, where he presents humanity as unfinished and continuously moving towards higher forms of intelligence. So the higher forms of intelligence, AI sits at the same pedestal, sits at the same cross-section, intersection, same path, and there is an intersection. We don't have to scare. We can take heart from Shaw's Man and Superman. There's just one unfinished project, and we should not end up here only. That now artificial intelligence is summum bonum of our existence, of our civilization existence. No. Maybe 10 years hence, maybe 100 years hence, there is some other existence. There's some other form of intelligence, maybe some other form of science. So Shaw presents humanity as an unfinished and continuously moving project, moving towards higher forms of intelligence. In fact, it's a project created by nature, maybe God, maybe nature, or whatever you would like to call. So it's part of the same project. Just as in Hindu Shastras, we have got the concept of the different yugas. Dwapar, Yuga, Treta, Dwapar, starting with Satyug. I mean, all those 5 yugas. Now we are in Kali Yuga. Again, there will be Dwapar. Again, there will be Satyug. Then there will be Treta. So this cyclical movement, it's not a linear one. It's a cyclical movement where things keep evolving, things keep revolving. And again, we need to take confidence rather than feel diffident about these developments. In fact, we need to harness this and bridle this horse. First harness and then bridle. Of course, both these things are important. Harnessing the energies of the horse and then bridling it so that it doesn't turn out to be a Frankenstein's monster. So Shaw in AI, that's the title of this slide. Life force and the artificial intelligence. I'll be reading out some of the phrases, some of the words. Shaw's life force, which he gets from maybe from Nietzsche, his contemporary philosopher, his idea of Ubermensch, Superman. So this life force can be connected metaphorically with humanity's desire to create increasingly advanced forms of intelligence. So this is our desire. We cannot stop at that. We must endeavor, and this endeavor has got to be constant one, like the stream of consciousness. It never stops. So our mind doesn't stop. It keeps evolving, it keeps working, it keeps on, like our heart. We think that we slept and we our mind stops thinking. Certainly not. Freud, again, is contemporary. So taking cues from Freud, taking cues from Nietzsche, and again taking cues from Albert Einstein, and of course people like Mahatma Gandhi from India. There was a sea change in the scenario of 20th century, during which George Bernard Shaw was writing his plays like Man and Superman. So life force, and then there is the idea of creative evolution. Artificial intelligence must be linked with creativity, creative evolution. It's not a destructive evolution. Even in destruction, as we in India, we see creation, seeds of creation. That's how Shiv does his Tandav. So this end is not actually the end. Even in death, there is life. There's got to be life. So life and death continue. Similarly, at the present moment, we might feel scared of, we might feel afraid of AI being replaced, AI replacing humans. No, it's not going to replace us. In fact, we need to learn certain things. And we can learn things, we can harness it only when we happen to possess a higher consciousness, a higher mind, like a capable horse rider. The horse never, except in certain abnormal cases, of course, it never replaces its rider. Does it? Certainly not. Or else there will no existence, there will be no meaning of a horse. The meaning itself would change. So the creative evolution, this evolution has got to be creative. It's creative. Basically, nature wants us to be creative. So this is part of the same creative zeal, creative evolution. Human beings create AI as an extension of their intellectual and communicative capacities, but AI may subsequently influence the direction of human development. Of course, it's going to influence to an extent only. It's not going to change our course. The course has already been prefixed, pre-designed by nature, by the forces of cosmos. So again, the concept of Superman. See how the seeds of AI, they lie in George Bernard Shaw's writings. And since we are all associated with cultural studies, it's very important to understand, to comprehend the role of writers, the role of artists in shaping the course of science. Unfortunately, we tend to ignore the role of scholars of literature, the scholars of humanities, when it comes to the discourse of the AI. It's really, and but unfortunately, if we continue to be like that, then there will be really a kind of what should I say? The situation will be very awkward. I mean, the wholesome development of humanity, the wholesome growth of the things will not take place unless the role of writers or the writers themselves, they are able to assert their things, their views, their opinions. We must have our opinion when it comes to designing policies related to AI. We must have people from apart from computer science. We must have people from literature. We must have people from philosophy. We must have people from sociology, and in short, humanities and social sciences when it comes to shaping the course of science. Otherwise, the growth will be tilted in one direction or the other. Will be insular, will be angular. It will not be a perfect growth. So AI must have people from every field of work, every walk of study, every field of studies, every walk of life. In fact, no. Why should only people from computer science think or they design things meant for us, meant for the writer? So squeezing myself to fit into their scheme, that would be really unfortunate. That's not a very good proposal. That's not a very good proposition. I must have my say in the things that affect me, in the things that influence me. So if artificial intelligence is going to influence the direction of human development, that is creativity, is going to affect creativity. People associated with creativity, creative writings, artists, they must have this say in designing the policies related to AI, or in fact, in the making of AI, the making of AI, not just engineers. So far as the coding is concerned, for example, why should we have engineers, let me quote, only those who have graduated in science, graduated in engineering, the traditional forms of engineering. Now we need to expand the definition of engineering itself, expand the definition of science itself. People from arts, people of science, like Aristotle was, like Leonardo da Vinci was. So the chem has got to be big enough to include people from almost every walk of life, every field of study. So an engineer should not be only someone who codes and someone who decodes or encodes the things of artificial intelligence. Or else artificial intelligence, we cannot harness the powers, the energies of AI unless we have people from these walks of life. So the Superman question is, Shaw's Superman is not simply physically superior. It represents greater consciousness, creativity, and responsibility, which defines what lacks in AI. Creativity, one, and then responsibility, consciousness. All these three things. Consciousness, it doesn't have consciousness. It doesn't have creativity per se. It cannot have creativity as much as a human mind, which is prone to follies, which are part of creativity, which is part of creativity. Mistakes should not be treated just as mistakes. They are part of creative process. They're part of the process of creativity. And then again, responsibility. So this invites the question, does technological intelligence necessarily produce moral intelligence? See, these questions will continue to plague our minds, unless we understand, we comprehend artificial intelligence in a fulsome way, in a fulsome manner. It must include, just as I repeat, it must include, which is exactly not possible, but at least so far as feasible, it must include people, writers, people from all walks of life, not just scientists. Anyway. So far as the dialogues are concerned, here I have tried to include something about Shaw's dialogues, which have got personality, conflict, irony, social purpose, something which AI or an AI generated writing cannot have. It cannot have the things which we had in 19th century, which Shaw himself experienced in 19th century, the kind of travails that he had suffered on account of his problem, on his troubled childhood, because of his poverty, because of the things that he had, other things that he had experienced, suffered back in those days. The good things, the bad things, all. So it's not possible. Physically, it's not possible. Theoretically, it's not possible. So a writing is shaped by the experiences of the writer. Dickens, had he not suffered all those travails as a child, as an orphan child at the age of 10, his writings like Oliver Twist, David Copperfield, would not have carried the same relatability which they have now. Even 21st century, we are able to relate with one of his novels. In fact, all his novels. So if AI could take care of these things, probably AI, with the help of AI, we can produce better works of art, better works of literature. So the central question is AI another instrument of humanity's creative evolution, or does dependence on it weaken the independent thought required for Shaw Superman, who explicitly connects its dramatic action with life force, evolution, and humanity's pursuit of higher development? And then I would like to connect with Harold Bloom and his idea of anxiety of influence. How anxiety of influence, for example, it shapes the writing or something produced by artificial intelligence. A book produced by, or a poem produced by artificial intelligence, it cannot have the same appeal as created by a human author, because it doesn't have consciousness, it doesn't have the anxiety, it doesn't have the ego. Anxiety of influence, which prompts a writer to be different from his ancestors, from the poets of the past. And that's how, in a bid to become different, he summons his energies to that direction, in that particular direction, just to ensure that he's not alleged of, accused of, or labeled as a blind imitator of his ancestors. So he must be different. And this difference, the zeal to be different, the idea to be different, has got to be there only in humans, because humans have been designed by nature that way. We must be different. Each of the faces, they are different in order to be identified properly. So our thoughts, so our ideas. So if AI could incorporate such thoughts, maybe in the days to come, AI can serve as a better servant. So the writers struggle with the influence of earlier writers while attempting to establish an original poetical identity. AI, as the ultimate influence writer, language model, produces text by learning patterns from an enormous body of existing language. Consequently, its writing is deeply independent upon previous texts, and it helps as well. Not just difference, in fact, similarity. That I look like my writing appears to be influenced by a great writer of the past, maybe mythological times. So this feeling, if I'm a writer, this feeling will again enhance my creativity. So both things are important, which an AI, sadly, theoretically, it cannot have. Unfortunately or unfortunately, whatever, it cannot have. Machine, it doesn't have consciousness. It doesn't have an ego. It doesn't have a sense of history other than the immediate history, which often remains compounded, problematized, troubled. So for Bloom, creativity does not arise through passive imitation, but through transforming or creatively misreading one's predecessors. This raises the question of whether AI transforms literary influence or merely recombines it. Now, Bergson and his idea of duty. The physical time that we see that has been imposed upon us, like the watch, and the time is 1:15, almost the time for me to finish my presentation, but then I'll continue for a while more. So this time is actually manufactured one, a fabricated one. It's a made up one. In one of the factories, this watch was produced, and the time was again set according to for example, 4 o'clock. Even the factories, demands of the factory, the workers must punch their thumbs at 10 o'clock, and they must leave. They should not leave. They cannot leave before 6 in the evening. So this time has to be calculated, and so there was the watch. But then, what about my internal time? I may not be comfortable walking during the day. I might feel sleepy in the CSRs of the afternoon. I must have an afternoon siesta because that was given to by nature. Thousands of years, maybe millions of years, my ancestors, me, we have been living this way. This has gone into my DNA. This has gone into my gene. This has formed part of my genetics. Now you are imposing a watch upon me. And yes, watch, the Foucauldian watch, because that's equally true. That's how we have got this name, watch, WATCH, to keep a watch upon the workers. So reducing people to workers, that in fact that's a different case. We might deal with that sometime later. But here is Bergson's time, Bergson's concept of duty, which has been in clash with the idea of time professed by the AI, proposed by the AI. AI doesn't have its own duty, sense of duty. A writer, if I wake up as a writer, if I wake up in the morning, I feel fresh. The fragrance that I see, that I experience around me, or the flowers of the roses, beautiful roses around me, that gives me a boost to my creativity. I might feel like writing, I might feel drawn to write a beautiful poem on the poem like, my love is like a red rose that is newly sprung in June. So this kind of thing, how can we have this in AI? So this creativity comes from my sense of duty, not the artificial time. So AI, as Henry Bergson distinguishes analytical intelligence from intuition, instinct, that's far more important for me as a writer. So intelligence divides, classifies, and calculates, while intuition enters into the living movement of experience. AI as analytical intelligence is exceptionally capable of identifying patterns, organizing information, and producing probable linguistic responses. But then AI is confined to these alone. It cannot go beyond. For example, the different shades of flowers, the different shades of colors, their hues, the different fragrances which cannot be calculated, the different levels of my mood, for example, the different moods that I might experience, that have not been calculated, that cannot be measured. But they are more important, much more important than the calculated, prefixed, prefabricated patterns identified by artificial intelligence, identified by scientists, by psychoanalysts, or whatever. So myself, my instinct is far more important than my artificial intelligence. That's how most of the writers, they have focused on, they have paid due attention to the idea of instinct. For example, D.H. Lawrence, that's what he says in Sons and Lovers, in most of his novels. My Kamala Das, my instinct, my guru. I hope, if I'm not mistaken, she wrote this, my instinct, my guru. Or many poets, they have been on a class, many writers, they have been, they have refuted, they have been on a disregard, they have disregarded the idea of intelligence as the sole force for creativity. Rather, the reverse, the opposite. Just the opposite. You can write a good prose, so-called good prose, with the help of intelligence, but then you cannot write a poem. That's how most of us have turned into, in this era, in this age of artificial intelligence. It's very rare to find a good poet, the one writing from his instincts, the one writing from her instincts, which is very important for creativity, for coming of a poem, a poet. For example, most of the scholars working under me, they are working on novelists. Hardly anyone is writing their thesis on poetry, on a poet. In fact, I did my PhD on Isimi Ezekiel, and I'm happy with that. I wish my scholars could get some hint from this about the importance of instinct and creativity. So AI as analytical intelligence, perfect, you're right. But when it comes to intuitive intelligence, it fails. Here lies a limitation. It processes representations of experience, but does not necessarily process embodied intuition, lived memory, or emotional consciousness, which is again the bread and butter of creativity, of a poem. Bergson's concept of duration refers to inwardly experienced time, which differs from measurable clock time. AI can calculate time, but does not clearly experience its flow. It cannot it cannot calculate its flow. And something which Einstein also had in mind when it comes up with the idea of relativity. Now, in the Indian context, we have got all these different things. It's good that our government has been very proactively concerned with adopting AI in their policies, with the help of Digital India, with the help of NEP, or programs like Swayam, study webs of active learning for young aspiring minds, or Diksha, or National Digital Library, and many more, many more. It's a horse, no matter how wild it might be, how disastrous it might appear, but then it has got to be harnessed. If not we, someone else will do that. And then we'll be left repenting, regretting, oh, we could not harness the energies. This time, we cannot afford to be like that. Something which our ancestors could not do. They could not ride the waves of the earlier evolutions, and earlier stages of human intelligence, development in terms of human intelligence. For example, industrial evolution. We could not ride the waves. We failed. We could not. Internet is all, it was all an American affair. Now, let us make it an Indian affair. Thank you very much. Thank you, organizers. I have finished. I cannot hear you. No.
Sir, she's trying to unmute herself.
All right,
Please.
all right, please.
अब बोलो आप.
Thank you, sir, for an inspiring session. Today's session reminded us that AI is becoming a powerful partner in education, helping learners strengthen their English communication skills while encouraging creativity, confidence, and continuous learning. So we are truly grateful for your valuable guidance. Thanks for your valuable time and contribution. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I hope you don't have any questions.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's ask the participants if they have questions.
Yes.
Any question?
Yes, I can read out some informative and wonderful sessions. Thank you so much. Great sessions. Thank you. Sir, could you please drop down your LinkedIn? Yes, I am Professor Sanjit Mishra. That's how I know myself on LinkedIn. And Prakash Chauhan, Dr. Prakash ji, thank you so much for thanking me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It was an insightful and a wonderful session, sir. Thank you for this. After a long time, I again listened to people talking about literature and connecting it with communication AI. This
Thank you.
was a wonderful session. Thank you for the session, sir. Thank you so much.
Should I leave?
Yes, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, participants. Now we are going to have a lunch break, and you can join back by 2:10 because our next session is going to be a panel discussion. So please join by 2:10 p.m. Thank you.
हेलो आ रही है हेलो हेलो वेलकम बैक
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch break. So, welcome back to CommuLingua AI 2026. We are delighted to have you with us as we move into the next segment of today's summit. We will now begin our panel discussion where our distinguished panelists will share their perspectives and engage in an insightful conversation on the evolving role of English and artificial intelligence in communication, education, and beyond. Without further delay, let us proceed to this engaging session. I request my dear colleagues to kindly take over and introduce the speakers for the panel discussions. Over to you, Deepa ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all. Now, welcome back here. And I'm here to introduce my guest here in the panel discussion. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce our esteemed panelist, Dr. Saroj Bala. Dr. Saroj Bala is the head of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences and Associate Professor of English at DTU, Delhi, with over 25 years of distinguished experience in teaching, research, and academic leadership. She has made outstanding contributions to higher education. Her academic expertise encompasses English language teaching, ELT, cultural studies, Indian mythology, world literature, and popular culture. A prolific researcher, accomplished author, and poet, Dr. Bala has published numerous research papers, books, and book chapters. She has successfully guided doctoral scholars and organized numerous national and international conferences. A highly respected keynote speaker and resource person, as her remarkable contributions to education and research have entered her several prestigious awards and widespread recognition in academia. As artificial intelligence continues to reshape the way we learn, communicate, and create, an increasingly important question emerges. Is English becoming more important? As important in the AI era? With her extensive experience in language, literature, and education, Dr. Saroj Bala brings a thoughtful and balanced perspective to this timely discussion. Her insights will help us understand whether AI is transforming the role of English or indeed reinforcing its significance. In an increasingly interconnected world, distinguished guests, respected faculty members, scholars, researchers, and students, please join me in extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to our distinguished panelist, Dr. Saroj Bala. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepa ma'am. Now I would request Ms. Dhruvi Tyagi ma'am to kindly introduce our moderator.
Good morning, everyone. So, our next speaker and the moderator for today's session is the renowned academician, researcher, author, and mentor, Professor Pramod Kumar Mehra, who currently serves as the head of the Department of English at the School of Humanities, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. With an illustrious academic career spanning several years, Mr. Mehra has made remarkable contributions to English language and literature, literary criticism, translation studies, and higher education. He has authored 6 books, published numerous research papers in reputed national and international journals, and has guided several PhD scholars with distinction. A strong advocate of blended learning and open and distance learning, he has played a significant role in promoting innovative and inclusive educational practices. He has represented India at prestigious international academic forums across Australia, the United Kingdom, United States, South Korea, Nepal, Malaysia, Thailand, and Cambodia, showcasing India's academic excellence on the global stage. In recognition of his exceptional contributions to education, peace, and global citizenship, he has been honored as an ambassador for peace by the Universal Peace Federation. It is a privilege to have such an eminent scholar, not only as a
distinguished speaker, but also as the moderator for today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a heartfelt welcome to Professor Pramod Kumar Mehra. Sir, we are truly honored to have you with us and look forward to your valuable insights and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you,
you.
Durvi ma'am. Next, I would like to request Mr. Manu BS sir to introduce our next panelist.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great privilege to introduce our esteemed panelist, Dr. Deepali Monga. He is an eminent psychologist, corporate trainer, life coach, author, and mindfulness expert with over 24 years of distinguished experience in psychology, human resource development, organizational behavior, communication, and personal transformation. She is a practitioner of clinical and positive psychology, an NLP trainer, an IIT certified professional, a certified hypnotherapist, and an international corporate trainer who has inspired and empowered thousands of professionals, educators, and students across India and abroad. A former professor and head of human resource, she is currently the director and co-founder of Mantram Private Limited. A prolific author and researcher, she has published several books and research papers and is widely recognized for her expertise in emotional intelligence, communication, mindfulness, leadership, and personal development. Her remarkable contribution to professional training, education, and human development have earned her widespread recognition and respect. With her extensive experience in psychology, communication, leadership, and personal transformation, Dr. Deepali Monga brings a unique and a balanced perspectives to this timely discussion. Her insights will help us explore how language, emotional intelligence, and human connection continue to play a vital role alongside the rapid advancement of AI. I warmly welcome our distinguished panelist, Dr. Deepali Monga. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Now, next, I would like to request Ms. Ayushi Gaur ma'am to introduce our last but not the least panelist.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. It is my privilege to introduce you, Dr. Divyankar Agrawal, an accomplished AI researcher, academician, and innovator whose work bridges cutting-edge artificial intelligence with real-world societal impact. Dr. Agrawal is currently associated with the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Muscat, Oman, where he contributes to teaching and research in engineering and emerging technologies. He earned his doctorate from the University of Valladolid, Spain, with pioneering research titled Deep Ed, a deep learning framework for the early diagnosis and prognostic prediction of Alzheimer's disease using advanced AI techniques. His research interests span artificial intelligence, deep learning, computer vision, medical AI, smart governance, and intelligent systems. He also serves as a postdoctoral research fellow at the GTE University of Valladolid, Spain, where his research focuses on AI-driven conversational chatbots, digital health solution, and clinical decision support system. A passionate advocate of AI innovation, Dr. Agrawal actively develops AI-powered educational and healthcare applications and continues to mentor students and researchers in solving real-world challenges through technology. His work reflects a commitment to leveraging artificial intelligence for meaningful societal impact. Today, we are privileged to have with us a scholar whose work beautifully blends academic excellence, technological innovation, and societal relevance. Thank you so much for joining us here today, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So now we know our entire panel. So we have Dr. Saroj Bala, ma'am. We have Dr. Pramod Kumar, sir. We have Dr. Deepali Monga, ma'am. And we have Mr. Divyankar Agarwal. Thank you so much for joining. And now I leave it to Pramod, sir, your moderator, to start with the panel discussion.
All right. Thank you. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir, audible.
Wonderful. Saroji, when you say it is audible, it is all the more pleasant. Yeah, I'm so grateful.
Thank you.
that we could connect like this, such a esteemed panel. And it is all the more important that we are engaging ourselves on a theme which is of a very huge, maybe perhaps immeasurable relevance. I'm of the opinion, friends, that when I'm saying, maybe as a moderator, let me welcome our esteemed panel once again, such thought leaders, such
No, you're not audible.
Hello. I think sir is facing some network issue. We'll wait for few
Yes, ma'am.
minutes. Yes, ma'am. We'll wait for
Yes.
few minutes.
Okay.
Sorry for this technical glitch. Sir is joining us back in just a minute.
Hello.
Hello.
Pramod Mehra, sir, are you here?
Yeah. Sorry,
Pramod sir, sir.
bit of,
Don't
yeah.
you, sir. Yes, sir. Technical glitch. I understand, sir. Actually, I got scared, little anxious because our moderator was not online. So all
No.
other panelists they were waiting. Sir, over to you, sir, please.
Yes, please excuse me for this technical thing. When we are discussing thing, if I may broadly set up the context, you see, India as a nation which has crossed more than 75 years, and when we are looking at say 100 years, and then overcoming all long pending issues, say what we discuss at a global level in terms of sustainable development goals, our nation has goals. So like that, when we are when we discuss in today's important thing in this theme, I think when we are discussing is English becoming more important or less in the AI era, we need to discuss this from a larger perspective, huh? So and I think we are on a very strong footing. Like when we got free, people were very skeptical whether this nation will survive, how this will perhaps in a maddening diversity that we have, say in terms of cultures, in terms of languages. Perhaps everyone kind of maybe they were. We have done exceedingly well, and now when you remember that like in the last century we had some fears, and now when we are firmly footed in 21st century and we are talking about AI, it is important that we use this opportunity. And like some people still remain very like say in the sense that not very convinced of AI, but this is something that which is knocking at our door in a big way, and we need to engage with all the questions which emerge in the due process. As a person, like we have been dealing with this like if we call it as artificial learning or assistive learning. I think we will discuss the other layers in the larger context, but broadly, like if I may request Saroj Bala ma'am, like when we are at one point of time, our role in classrooms was largely looking at, say whether our students are writing grammatically and grammatically accurate and well structured content. I mean, now that we have AI avenues available, do you think that our roles are slightly like on a different plane, and we need to realign ourselves, and what should be our priorities? What should be the primary objective of English education at the university level? I'm of the opinion that perhaps if I may, like that we were always into ideas, critical thinking, and how we can now leverage ourselves, our roles in this newly emerging and newly changing scenario, ma'am. Please, if you can enlighten us on this, and if you have something else to add, we will be very happy to listen from you, ma'am. Please.
Thank you very much for inviting me. And first of all, I would say that now we are facilitators. We are not conventional teachers now. And if we want to use AI tools, then also we need language proficiency. Suppose we are asking for some material. So if prompt is correct, it's precise, context rich, then we will get the desired result. So for prompt crafting, for using AI tools, we need language proficiency. So now English has become more important than ever before. So people are taking it as a threat, but it's a teaching aid. We can say it's a supplementary tool for English teachers. So there is no threat, and our role remain very important. And at college level, we should give them hands-on training. Generally, students go for placements. Students sit for CAT exam, UPSC exams. There they need to write with hands. So if they learn through AI tools, if they make use of AI tools optimally, they can write good English and they can write good answers. This is my opinion.
Oh yes, so true. Like no, now it's not about just language proficiency. It's about like collaboration and intercultural communication, and also workplace readiness. We prepare our students to be industry ready, and like so you think that we are ready in that role to kind of make that transition where there are glitches, but would you like to as a teacher of such long standing offer some tips to us or to all the learners
So
that
if,
we
if
have?
we think about connotations, cultural nuances, so these things can't be understood by AI tools. AI will translate. If we take example of translation, air conditioner, conditioned rooms. So translation would be, I saw two translation. One was हवा की स्थिति का इंतजार करते हुए कमरे, and the other one was शीत ताप कक्ष. So this type of translation would be there. So we need teachers to guide students about critical thinking, cultural nuances, and in multicultural context, our role is very important. So AI is just a tool. It can't replace human teachers. Thank you.
Oh, yes. I mean, yeah, the message is loud and clear that our cultivation of mind is crucial. It's not that AI tools, there is something, I mean, available for our assistance for leveraging our processes. But again, in terms of LSRW techniques that we follow as teachers in the classroom, and then like in the creative way, if we have to like I would still be very uh, doubtful, like that maybe if you give a computer a command, for example, say to write a poem such as the wasteland, like and say in the mode of what T.S. Eliot wrote, you would get something, but that kind of profundity, originality, and that kind of say profound engagement with modern day civilizational crisis would be missing. So that this is what you have said, rightly, that our role, our say you are positioning as a individual, our positioning as a thoughtful person would be crucial. And I think in that sense, learning of new languages, say we are now ready in the modern day framework where we can acquire, lots of information, but to kind of convert that into, say, knowledge and wisdom, it is important that we train our mind in terms of more languages. If for example, to learn a language is like, they say that to acquire a new soul, no like can we do that? So I would also suggest that when we have to say work for collaboration, industry readiness, intercultural communication, it is important that our next generation are particularly in the higher education domain, we become more ready to embrace new languages, at least in some, if not complete say complete understanding, some kind of openness of our minds to to kind of to be not like it, there is a tendency to be inclined towards something, but to be prone to new languages. Like Saroj ma'am, I have read, when I read these autobiographies and biographies of our great people, in those days, say in 1950s and 60s, they knew multiple languages. So like a person is knowing, while without going to Japan or say even other like Scandinavian countries and otherwise, they will know multiple languages, and then they could envision a larger, better future for our country. No, so that is important. I think that, uh, ma'am, if you have something more to add to this briefly.
No, this much is fine. Other panelists are there.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
have their opinion. Thank you.
So maybe if you may come in between also, if you have something to say, we will welcome
Yes,
you there.
yes.
May
Thank
I like Dipalaji, lot of praise has been talked about you. Like when we are discussing it today in the context of this today's theme, we are noticing that many young professionals, they are beginning to believe that using AI to write well is equivalent to having strong English communication skills. Do you agree with this assumption? What is your opinion as a language person and as a psychologist?
Sure, sir. Like first, I would like to mention my gratitude for inviting and for this question. Uh, when you mention like young professional, they think that uh, when they are writing or they're using AI, and that is equivalent to having a good English communication skill. What I need to understand. Uh, I would like to mention here that it is when we are using AI, we are we have a content. I would say like definitely first, it's a very powerful technology and we're using it to draft, to recreate. When it comes to grammar, one can use AI coming up with excellent words, syntax, structuring, well-woven structure can be given when it comes to written part. But what about the syllables? Every word has a syllable. What about the intonation? There's a way of communicating. What about the pauses? What about the presenting self? What about the breath that we take, the silence? So it is much wide. It is beyond that. It is much bigger than that. It is not just in, we cannot confine just to AI. AI is very helpful. We can take the help. We cannot ignore, we cannot, it's inevitable, I would say, in today's AI era. But yes, along with that, we need to have understanding of where the limit is, like human psychology, the behavior, the emotion part. When we're interacting with another person, it is not just the word. We can take the words, AI can give the words, but there is something, there's much beyond the words. It is the way it is presented, the way facial expression, the pauses, the tonality. Uh, Overall, it is much larger and bigger than that. So
Absolutely. Like, no, I'm reminded of that song by Jagjit Singh. Jagjit Singh has sing this song. Maybe perhaps somebody else has written this. कि जिस्म की बात नहीं थी उनके दिल तक जाना था. So this is not just sense of creation, but kind of imbibing and absorbing the whole thing and delivering it for not just individual but larger social purpose. Yeah, that is very crucial of you. And
yeah.
ma'am, like, if we can take it forward, like these days, like AI can, instantly improve upon the vocabulary and grammar issues, but can it also help professionals develop persuasive English communication, confidence, and interpersonal skills? It's just like extension of what we discussed in the last question. Where do you think that AI reaches its limits?
So when it comes to confidence, definitely so many students or people are uh, browsing on net using AI, how to be confident. They're getting the tips also. When it comes to persuasive skills, the salesperson, they would be using the AI. Same is the case with the people, those who are they are going for further career also, definitely for interpersonal skills. But that is again confined to a particular uh, area. I mean, just the written part comes there. Okay, they can give the tips. But what about the practicing part? What about when another person? It's a real world. When we go outside, the tips are not going to help us. Along with the tips, we need to practice. So I would like to take here the balanced approach that when the person is in front. So as a psychologist, we say there are two nervous system are interacting with each other. So two minds are interacting. If somebody is not in an open or receptive state, I have to stop speaking. I have to low down my voice. So I have to entirely change my content of communication. So obviously that plays a very important role. Plus empathy, the active listening part, rapport building, which cannot be learned through AI. It has to be practiced. It has to be understood. The compassion, the kindness, uh, the relationship establishment, the bonding. So which is much beyond the AI. But yes, definitely that would help to an extent to understand what is needed, and then the practice could be done in the real world. Is what I
Yes,
feel.
so it's about, both theory and practice. It is both
Theory and
about,
practice.
your
Yeah.
mind and heart, and then, this context working together. Yes, this is very important, ma'am. We will like go to the other panelists now, and maybe you can come in later on. You will request you to deliver the final sense of statement as far as the core theme of this panel is concerned. Uh, and then our other panelists, very importantly, like are you from Oman or are you in India at the moment, ji, ma'am? Devankar Agarwal ji?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I am in India right now.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you are like, yes, very much. Yes, thank you very much. So, uh, yes, your presence is important. And when we are discussing today, you have heard our fellow speakers to talk about AI. When we are say, that when we see this uh, influence, ever increasing influence of AI, not just how students learn but also how they think and solve problems. What responsibility do you visualize for universities? Do you think that as people, like you're a program director and you're holding important positions, what responsibilities do universities have in persevering in protecting, in fact, protecting originality and critical thinking? This is a very important question, and I think you are the best person to respond to this.
Yeah, actually, I am not the English teacher, sir, but I understand the problems of students, what they are facing because of, nowadays everybody is using ChatGPT for solving any assignment or anything, any program. They will just ask ChatGPT or they will use Cloudy, copy, paste, and finish their work. So the issue is actually they are not able to understand what is happening inside. If ChatGPT will give some response, uh, they are not analyzing it actually. They will just use it. So we have to develop some approaches like we have to teach students how to think, not just what to think. We have to encourage critical thinking, specifically because I am from long time I am working in Middle East. So here students, level is little bit different than India. They are very smart in using now all this ChatGPT, Cloudy, and a lot of others tool they are using. So because of this, from last 2 3 years, what I'm seeing, their critical thinking is, level of critical thinking is very weak. If they don't have ChatGPT, they cannot answer many things. So what we have to do, we have to encourage students for critical thinking. They should ask like, is the AI answer correct? For example, what assumption AI has made? Maybe there is a better solution. Can I improve this solution using my knowledge? So we have to find some way for for developing this type of thinking for the students, like creativity. So what can be done? Like maybe we can redesign our assessment instead of straightforward assignments. We can give them some projects where they have to use their thinking, critical thinking, and also we should take their presentation, not only based on the submission. This can be one thing. Another thing is we have to teach them AI literacy and ethics. They have to understand both the strengths and the limitation of AI, because AI can produce sometimes incorrect or misleading answers. This is my experience. Specifically, if you are going for logical questions and you don't have critical thinking, you will get, most of the time, you will get wrong answers. So they should learn to verify information rather than blindly trust it. So these are the some things I think universities has to focus, and maybe uh, they can introduce one course like prompt engineering or AI communication skills, something like this for diploma first year students or any the students who are studying in first year who are coming. So these are the things, sir, I would like to suggest we have to adopt.
Oh, yes, you're right. Like, when you are saying that we need to be more innovative with our teaching and, say, evaluative ways when we assess them. I think I remember the case of this DTU here. Now they are opening they don't actually they give them right, they just assign a topic, so they'll assign a topic and then they will ask students to do it with the help of AI. And once they have done it from with the help of AI, then the actual
Correct.
classroom engagement will begin with that. Then they will be, they'll employ their sense of analysis and critical thinking with on that, say whatever has come out of the AI generated thing. That is also like, so we're in an age when we cannot be passive and we have to engage with AI. We can overcome, we can go one step above AI. Let's look at those responses which have come, and then as a classroom, let's not assume that, oh, this is the final, or I have made changes here and there. But
Yeah.
I often tell my students that why the original book is more expensive than a photocopy. Why, so if we bring home those points which when we discuss plagiarism, copyright, and then intellectual property, I think this thing as a curriculum, and it has to start from the school level, that they begin to understand that every human being is in that sense the most unique entity. And if we do not protect, preserve, and say nurture our productive, that sense of uniqueness and productive uniqueness, that will be, in a way, big sense of uh, kind of, in a way, climb down of our human selves. So this
Sure.
is something that we discuss that. Any other thing that as a person, you are a program director, like in this scope, when we are discussing
See,
role
sir,
of language
actually,
learning, when we have
without
large language
without
models.
English, students, I think, because English is the language of global engineering, we can say like this. Because I have traveled many countries, I did my PhD from Europe. So this is my experience. If you know good English, it will help you definitely. Because everything is in English nowadays. Even if you want to publish good papers, you should know how to write properly. You have to collaborate with international teams. You have to present your ideas. For everything, almost, you should know English. And if they know English and also they know how to use AI effectively for improving their task. So this is the future. Future will be for the students who can use AI tools effectively in an optimized way, and
Yeah, and
they
Rawal Saab,
able
like
to
if I
think
may bring
questions.
in an example from literature. You see, Raja Rao in 1930s, 38, I think it was, in this novel came Kanthapura, and he wrote a foreword there. And he was very particular. Like Britishers were there in our country at that time, and perhaps Portuguese and other people also, French. So, like, he was saying that he was very clear that, he said that every village has a Sthal Puran, has an epic of its own. And he said that we cannot speak like the British, and we should not. It will be a big problem. And every, like now, where the English language discourse has also in a way evolved in a big way. We now acknowledge, Englishes, and English is not the language of one geographical domain. It is evolving, and more universal sense is coming. So we of course we have to shed the Macaulvian kind of baggage and the load that we have. but with a universalistic point of view, where we say as a medium where we can connect internationally and in a seamless way. This is the way forward, and we can employ these large language models which are shaping how, like, what we discuss in the context of ESP, English for specific special purposes. That is also something that we can think of. I would request, like, our esteemed panelists, like, when we are saying that, if you have one say closing statement on this in the context of what, say, maybe in a very brief manner, which will be recorded and which will be communicated to everybody after this thing is over, maybe brief like statement, what you feel, oh, this has to be the message from my side. Saroj ma'am, please, from your side to begin with. And if ma'am will take time, we can uh, request Dipali ma'am. Dipali ji, Dr. Dipali, please.
Mentioned that balancing AI with definitely logic is there, but emotions as well. So we should not ignore that part, which plays a very important, the human psychology, the behavioralism, the behavior part, the emotion part. So obviously, like AI, along with the interpersonal, is balancing both to create a wonderful life for the life God is looking forward to. That's
All right. So you are, speaking like Buddha, the middle path, mind and this social world, not an extreme, but a fair equilibrium of what we think. And yes,
You've taken
wonderful.
my words. I was about to say that to create a samta, that is the equilibrium, so which is very important.
Yes, yes, wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Valsa, please, if you can have one closing statement.
Yeah, what I can say, the future will belong to people who use AI as a tool, okay, but continue to think, question, and innovate for themselves.
And yes, very important. Like, India, we will have some, open frame where we can, if our participants, if our fellow distinguished people want to ask something on this, maybe I'll add to this that as a civilizational entity, as a country which has over the last, say, 10,000 years, when people live together with a larger purpose, with an idea of living for the sake of others, we have higher opinions. So India as a knowledge system has a bigger role to play. Our youngsters, our new people are present, and the next generations. We are really blessed that we are, we are born with that kind of legacy, and with AI we need to capitalize on this. Perhaps because of the colonial ways, we could not help our actual knowledge, ideas, or our traditional wisdom to be taken to all directions. Even when we were not at all, trying, our ideas travel to different directions. No, Dipaliji would agree, and Saroj Bala ma'am will also agree that even when we read Chomsky, Derrida, Foucault, and other grammarians, they will always come back to Panini. They will always come back to Bhartrhari for and they will actively say that, oh, we have derived this from the Indian ways. Particularly that sense of, when we say the Shabd is the Brahma, the word creates the world. That kind of impression. So yes, then that realization that we are not just one passing sense of a living organism, but we have a bigger role to play.
Correct.
That realization will bring about a big sense of transformation in our behavior. If Nishi ma'am, and if Deepa ma'am, if you
Yes,
we
sir.
have some other questions like where we need
Sir,
to engage.
I want to ask you a question. Now, the panelists, whoever wants to answer this question, uh, people have been talking about, the Pali ma'am has said that we have to choose that path of equilibrium. I mean, a middle path wherein we are making a fine balance of. Now, here, a number of times I have heard people talking about here. If I talk about even JSS University or any other place, talking about English not being important only because writing skills are not important, because now whatever you write, all that is corrected through ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever AI tool you use for correction or for refinement of that particular thing. Right. So, what would be the answer of any such thing? I mean, it is not that I do not have, but since we have experts here, so I wanted to ask you people, what would be your take on that particular?
Dipali ma'am, you please take lead in this.
Sure, sure.
It is an engagement. I mean, of course,
Yeah.
everybody has some sense of response, no? But
Sure.
yes, please.
I would say first thing is nobody can replace the human, not at all. Even if the students are using the taking the help from ChatGPT, Gemini, like AI, but somewhere it is hampering their creativity. So it is very important. We have to make them understand that to limit they can use, but after that, it is very important that they should practice also. That's in real life. That would not. Let's say they have lost the script. Now, what is going to happen? When they have to perform in the interview, let's take the example of the interview. The student has prepared all the questions. When it is there in front, sitting in front of the panel, it is not easy to present. Just you cannot be a robot and say this is what my name is this. No, one has to articulate the way the panelists are asking the question. One has to present with confidence, with empathy, with they have to adjust as per the environment. So one can have the words, but when one enters the room, it's a game changer. So it is very important. So nobody can replace the teachers. The teachers are definitely going to be there. They are going to path. I would say torch bearers. They are even to use ChatGPT. They would only going to help them. So this is
No,
what I
ma'am,
would
it's
like to
not
tell you.
about changing teachers. Deepali ma'am, sorry, I'm speaking to you
Yeah.
directly without
No, no,
even
please.
moving to the moderator.
Yeah.
The thing is, you are talking about teachers. It's not about teachers that they're not talking about replacing the teachers. It is about somebody, I mean, talking about students where in case they can use, or anybody for that matter can use ChatGPT or any other AI tool for refinement of English, refinement of language. So it's the question of whether English is imperative, what we have been talking about today
Definitely.
in this world of AI, when everything can be easily done through AI tools. What is the role of, we've been talking about that only, but it's not about replacement of teachers. It's about students understanding the importance, and others talking about the subject or the language. That way, I am not going to call this subject because I do not know students. I mean, people, they take it as English as language. English, when we study in PG and all, that's literature, that's not language. So, English language not being important, that's question. In
I
this world
think
of AI,
now it is more important. I believe this is what I believe. It's more important now. Everyone wants to learn English so that they may have a proper. They may use in a proper way. Like the prompt has to be correct. Then only one can proceed further. Not only prompt, but otherwise also how to use, how to download, how to understand. English is very important. Definitely, it is.
thank you so much. That is that. Pramod sir.
I feel that yes. You see, if we look at AI, yes, the scale has grown. But if you remember, when we used to be like the other side of the table when we were students, no, we used to have some AI agencies at that time, no. For example, Kunjis and help books and and our teachers used to dissuade us from using that, no. So perhaps situation is just the same now. Like now, of course, now the AI engines, have in terms of volume and in terms of say delivery of say information is much more. But then we have to realize that yes, the idea of learning is still there. And because we have a psychologist here, like Buddha, said, like 2500 years back, that I will be born as a friend, so this teacher taught understanding will also, perhaps, if not completely disappear, but it will look different, that no that we need to look at ourselves more as true companions and co-travelers in this journey, like that. This is also there, like I think that now we can make it more enabling and seamless, our engagement with our classroom, particularly we are when we are operating in the higher education domain. I think that when we, say, when we treat AI as one definite presence in the classroom, then try to step beyond that. That is something, I think, lies some sort of solution, and we should remain very firmly confident that human agency, and I'm not saying it with some kind of superiority laced with it, but this thing, that we have always kind of found solutions. We have always protected ourselves, from something which has come to compromise our larger purpose. So we should remain hopeful and optimistic about it, and remind ourselves on a constantly basis of this that yes, what is there to be done, and yes, thinking about that on a constant basis is important. Uh, uh, and then we will
Thank,
discuss. I
thank
think I'll.
you.
Mm.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for answering my question.
Any
So
more
if you
questions from anyone?
I would like to add something and also open a platform for discussion on the same thing. So we know that AI has become very integral part of our lives, from professional communication to personal communication, both ways. For professional communication, we write emails, letters, reports, and everything through AI these days. But for personal communication, also we are reaching out to AI. Like AI, I'm not feeling good today. I had a bad day. And instead of reaching out to our friends or family, we're reaching out to AI. So what do you have to say on this? Like how personal communication is also being affected through AI? You have any views regarding the same?
If would I shall I would like to add something here. I've heard many people when it comes to somebody's not feeling well or facing an anxiety or stress. So instead of going to a therapist, instead of going to them, they're discussing their problem with the AI, the chat GPT, and they're getting the reply, the answer. So to some extent, it is fine, but beyond that, it would get dangerous too, because sometimes the reply the machine, or I would say the AI is not aware of the state the person is going through. Sometimes what a reply or the response they give is not apt at that moment. So for that, I would say that it's definitely a question mark too. So one has to think twice to some extent, fine, but not beyond that.
You see, if I may come in, our life is not about perfectness, no? Our life is not to give a kind of perfect answer or response. Our life lies in the struggle, in that pursuit, no? The day we realize that, like for example, if I have a, I mean, there are so many tales in our scriptures and like where if it's ready on a platter, perhaps that is sinful. Perhaps that is what we call hell. That if you think of something and it is available, and your mind is not put to active use, perhaps it is going in a highly in a way but fatal direction. I would all participants who are there, that the life, if you take struggle out of it, if when I say struggle, it is a very positive thing, where you kind of employ your imagination to that, where you employ your imagination, and instill your own self, the kind of but whatever knowledge system that has come through, whatever ideas that has come to through generations, and the legacy that we represent, and the kind of the future perspectives that we have, that is crucial. So don't look for perfect answers. Don't let's struggle, let's let's sweat a bit more, and then we'll find the solution.
I think we have Dr. Anusha Bharat. She also wants to add something, I believe, on the same thing.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope, I hope this, this meeting and this summit actually has been very informative. And I'd also like to add something to this, an observation actually. One of the members here pointed out that we are asking questions on GPT related to our health, and we just type in a sentence, or we just share the details of our prescription or whatever it is. And I think all of us would have tried that. If I'm speaking for everyone, I'd say that. But then the other thing being, one of the reasons that I've observed is because we don't have really active listeners on the other side. I'm not. I'm being general in the sense, when you go to a physician, or how many physicians across. Probably it's a problem in my hometown, or I don't know how it works, but I've seen it in Bangalore, Mysore, and other places, that many doctors don't have the time and the energy at times to listen to what you have to say. So they don't give you an ear at all. So probably that's one of the reasons, because of this AI that has come into our lives, we are trying to take the first initial impression from it, and then we are moving forward, and we are saying, well, now that I understand what this is, let me go for the prognosis with the doctors and with the senior consultants. That's where we are taking it from. So we are not only saving time, but we are also doing that. And the other reason being, we again, I'm just it's an observation that when we listen to another person, I think Dr. Dipali may or may not agree with what I'm saying to an extent, but when one more observation is that the when we are talking to someone, or when we are having a conversation with someone, we just listen to react. I think we have lost the patience somewhere along the way, just as our patience to stay on screen has also become very less. The same way, we are listening to react, but we are not listening to respond. And sometimes you don't have to do either. You just need to give an ear to the other person, and that is what the other person wants. And everybody around has an opinion, has a suggestion, has some advice to give. And I think it's lost its what do you say, it's lost its preference, it has lost its importance along the way. So when we are talking about, as language teachers or teachers of literature and trainers as such, when we are talking about the LSRW modules, one thing that every student has to understand is the importance of listening. When it comes to corporate communications, when it comes to chatbot interviews, see the chatbot interviews that are happening also, because we are talking about AI communication enhancement in the present world and via the English language. So when we are doing that, one thing is the chatbot listens to you and just frames, with what we understood. So that is a recreation of all the words that you have stated or that you type as a prompt. So the chatbot listens, whereas the human is failing to listen. So that's one observation from my end, and thank you for the opportunity for me to share my views on this.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir and ma'am, Deepali ma'am and Divyankar sir. I have a last question for both of you, if you could answer that. As a faculty, it is important for us to have some information for our students as well, because students reach out to us these days asking, ma'am, AI is taking all the jobs, AI is doing everything these days. So what are we going to do in the future? So if you could give one habit to develop for the students so that they are able to maybe not replace that particular thing with AI in the future, or something that AI would not be able to replace in the future, what would that be as per your understanding?
Sir is there. I would, yes, sir. Yeah. Divyankar sir, Pramod sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, see, madam, actually, students, what they are doing by AI, that is only one scenario. But in real life scenario, if they are working as engineers somewhere, they, some things will come unexpectedly. Their AI will not help. They have to use their thinking, their logic. Because real life scenario is different. For AI, just we are giving some prompt, it will give you response. It has been trained on a lot of data based on, it is non-deterministic actually, what we are getting from ChatGPT or Cloudy. But real life is entirely different. It has like Dr. Dipali was saying, it has emotions, it has different type of scenarios. So if the students will not use AI for every task, maybe they can perform better in the job market in real scenarios. Maybe this we can tell them, I think.
It's great, sir. Yeah. So I would like to add one more thing. Thank you, sir. That there would be different scenarios, and for every little thing, I think dependency is what we have to leave. If we stop depending for everything, for important work, fine. But if we also start um, pending or taking the help, like using our brain, the creativity is very important. That has to be preserved. The authenticity has to be preserved. That is very important. That is our essence. That is our soul. Uh, that should not be, taken away by the AI. So this is what I believe. And when you're using your emotional intelligence is a very important part. When you're using it, you're working on your emotions, you're working on your mind. That is only funly. That is definitely going to help us. Whatever come, it's said now, like uh, come what may. If you're not depending on AI completely, come what may, you can sail through. So this is what I mean to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful discussion that we just had. Thank you.
I believe we can take one last question if the panelists are okay with it. Is there anybody who would like to ask any question from the audience, from my colleagues, if anybody wants to? Anyone? I think Shweta ma'am is trying to say something. Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible now?
Yes,
So my
Shweta.
question
Yes,
is open to everyone. So my question is open to everyone. I just want to add my perspective, and I just want to take your opinion as well. So we used to, during our MA times, we used to study a text known as a death of an author. So there at that time, we used to say that the meaning is with the writer at the initial phase, but when the work is published, the meaning relies with the readers. But since AI has now taken over all the things, so I do believe that now AI has taken over the meaning as well. Now the meaning relies towards AI only. I do believe that as a young educated, now people are totally based their opinions on the meaning that is created by AI. So now it has blurred the creativity version of the students as well. So I just want to know your opinion on that. Like, do you also believe that the AI has taken over all the imagination and creativity of students?
See, hello, yes, yes, Ms. Shweta.
Yes.
What I believe actually AI cannot replace creativity. Even now, if you want to publish good papers, you should have your own idea, your own concept. You cannot write by using any AI tool. You can only improve the language of your paper. That's it. But if you don't have creativity, you don't have understanding, and you don't have experience, it's very difficult to develop something new or doing something different. I don't think AI will replace creativity. Not possible at all. Because what I see, for even for writing one good publication with your own idea, you need more than 1 year. Even you are going to use AI tool only you can use for helping in some code or maybe in some language writing. That's it. But for good work, for original work, for something new, you have to think. Okay. Yes.
I think sir might have answered your question, Ms. Shweta ma'am. And sir, just one last thing. I think somebody in the chat box has written something. How AI is transforming linguistic survey. That would be the last question for today's panel discussion. If any one of you could answer that. It is by Vikrant Tyagi, as I can see. Divyankar sir, Dipali ma'am, Pramod sir, and all of our panelists, if you could just shed some light.
See, what experience I have. I wrote some recently. I wrote some literature review paper, SLR. So AI will summarize. Maybe you can upload 10 papers at a time in ChatGPT, for example. It will summarize for you. But maybe it's like like an overview of that paper, and that will not help you really. Just maybe you can copy paste and you can make some paper, but that will not be good enough. You have to read everything by yourself. You have to understand. You have to try to find what are the gaps or in existing literature, that you have to think. I don't think AI will help in that so much. Only it will summarize, it will give you something you can understand briefly. But for better understanding and for finding some gaps and some directions, you have to read all the papers very carefully. This is my experience. Yes, Dr. Dipali will answer now.
Thank you, sir, for the answer, I believe. And I believe that you must have answered our participants' question. Now, I would like Dr. Nishi Sharma to just, enlighten us as we are commencing towards the end of the session.
Is my voice audible? I actually am only summarizing because I thought that I should do it before our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir joins the session. And thank you so much, Pramod sir, Divyankar sir, Dipali ma'am, and Saroj Bala ma'am. And see, Divyankar sir, it was actually a very enlightening session. This discussion was very good. And I hope that every other participant, whoever is here from other colleges, because we have students, faculty members from JSS, and we have faculty members from other colleges as well. I hope the number of questions, whichever you had in your mind, because naturally English is a language of, everybody talks about English being a language of like the world, the globe, but then also n number of times as an English teacher, I have been like people, they keep asking the questions like what exactly is the importance of English in this world of AI. So this was the reason that I asked you that question, and that was answered. At least my question was answered beautifully by each one of you. And after this, I believe I really want to summarize today's online summit, International Online Summit. So this online summit, CommuLingua AI 2026, has brought together eminent academicians, industry leaders, and language experts to deliberate on the evolving role of English in the age of artificial intelligence. Through insightful keynote addresses and thoughtful, we have explored how English continues to serve as the vital bridge connecting humans, technology, industries, and global knowledge systems. As now we are moving to our valedictory session, we are privileged to invite, actually we are waiting for our Vice Chancellor, sir. Once he joins, I
I
have to
already
ask
joined,
him.
Nishi. I already
Sorry,
joined.
sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Without you, this I could not imagine this AI summit, that international AI summit. Without you, I could not think of concluding it or winding it up, sir. I'm leaving it for you, sir, for your conclusion and so that at least for your validity address, sir. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Nishi Sharma. I think the overall maybe a full day, maybe very hectic, and the all the sessions are held as planned. Anyway, so I just take this opportunity to give a few words on this particular summit. And distinguished speakers, respected accommodations, and also the industry experts who joined online and offline, and faculty members, maybe other participants from various parts of the country and world, and ladies and gentlemen. Maybe good afternoon to all of you. And yeah, of course, this the summit was planned well in advance, maybe many months back. I thought this is a topic which the English department should do. Then I gave the topic, then also the content. A complete design was made, but of course, they executed very well. I am happy that the complete design have brought together the excellent speakers on the topic of the whatever I given. So maybe as we come to the close of the this international summit, the CommuLingua AI 2026, maybe first I'll extend my heartfelt gratitude and the thanks to every speaker, panelist, and also the participants who participated and organizers who has made today's summit an intellectually, the enriching and inspiring experience. Maybe I'll just cover in the next part why that inspiring and the experience. Maybe today, maybe as reminded of profound truth, maybe I can just tell that artificial AI, artificial intelligence may process information. Because I just visited a couple of universities in US as well. AI is the thing. AI is only they may process the information, but meaningful communication remains a uniquely human strength. But the communication is the human strength. It's not like AI cannot communicate. So because the human only can communicate. So throughout the day, maybe as I assume, I'm sure that it might have explored an important questions. Like an important question, what is the role of English in the era of AI? Because basically people think that AI has come and English or Hindi or language is not required, but not that. Maybe the answer that might have emerged is both the clear and compelling. English is no longer just a language of communication. I just tell you the from the AI perspective as well. Maybe I don't know. The my view is this. So it is increasingly becoming a language through which humans collaborate with intelligent machines. Because machines, like a machines, only whatever the input you give, it will work. Connect across the cultures. Maybe if you go to the couple of other universities, which I went to Stanford University, there are more than 275 country people are studying there, different cultures, connecting the different culture because language is same English, no other language. Because 220 countries they may have a different language, but they communicate only through English, connecting across culture, creates knowledge, drive innovation. So whatever the innovation you see because of the communication, what is the communication? How do you do it? English only. Yet we must remember that AI does not diminish the importance of language. People think that it will diminish because we don't require English teacher. No. So it, instead of it elevates it. It elevating the language proficiency, language requirement. The better we communicate, the better we instruct the AI. Okay, number one. The better we collaborate globally, and the better we solve the complex problems. Suppose if you are only connecting one to one, like basically in the Noida 62 people, it will not, you have to connect globally. When you want to connect globally, you have to communicate, collaborate and communicate. So how do you communicate? Any language, which is a common language. Okay, is say English. So this is the age where communication becomes intelligence in action. Communication becomes intelligence in action. This is what it's a communication is. Maybe today, maybe some of the keynote lectures, case studies, panel discussions highlighted several the critical themes. Maybe AI will transform how we write, learn, teach, and research. This is number one. Number two, communication skills will become even more valuable in leadership, innovation, entrepreneurship. If they come, because say I just met some couple of people in San Jose last 1st of July. Let me tell you. So we had only 5 minutes of time. In a 5 minutes, $100 million the proposal was discussed. Just a 5 minutes. That means you have to communicate. You have to give a proposal, what you do, what you achieve, what is your ROI, how many days it will take, how will you break even lapper, all things. And what is your team strength? You have to, only 5 minutes. Let me tell you. We are just having a puppy chat. So just eating puppy chat, then you have to discuss in 5 minutes. So then, see, that's what I'm telling you. The communication becomes more valuable. What words you use, how short you use it, how effectively you use it, that is important. Maybe AI may be there, but it will not solve the problem. But we require a communication. So ethical use of AI, the originality of thought, and the responsible communication will define the future workforce. But I just know, I happened to see one of the workshop conducted at the Amazon headquarters at Seattle, leadership workshop. So we had the ethical, same topic. My daughter was attending that workshop for the full day. Just I saw the complete 3 page. They given the 3 page note. I just reading it. Basically, how that using it, how responsible communication will define the future workforce. They're defining that. I'm just telling you the example. Above all, the human creativity, empathy, and critical thinking will remain irreplaceable. You cannot be replaced that. Okay, that is number one. So these discussions reinforce an important reality. What is that important reality? The future does not belong to those who merely know AI. I may be knowing AI because I met one of the professor called Dr. K.R.S. Murthy, the world-renowned AI scientist in University of Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley. So he's a very famous scientist. But he just only one word he told me. So, Dr. Swami, I may be knowing AI, but if I don't know how to communicate, I cannot communicate. Nobody will understand my work. This is what I'm just listen to him. So it belongs to those who communicate ideas effectively, think critically, and collaborate intelligently with AI. So AI is there, but you have to collaborate with AI also. Maybe whatever the model they use. Okay, at JSS University in Noida, we firmly believe that higher education and the higher education must prepare the student not merely for today's jobs, but for tomorrow's opportunities. This is what we believe. Therefore, we are building an academic ecosystem where technology, humanities, communication, innovation, entrepreneurship come together. So this is what I think the couple of summit is happening. This is one of the summit. Our vision is to produce graduates who are technically competent, globally connected, ethically grounded, effective communicators, and lifelong learners. This is basically what we are looking at. The summit reflects exactly that vision. This is summit vision. So, in a summary, the Department of English deserves a special appreciation for conceptualizing this, the theme that is not only academically relevant but strategically important for the future of education and industry. This is number one. I congratulate the organizing committee So faculty coordinators and also the volunteers and every individual whose dedication has made this international summit a grand success. So also express my sincere appreciation for distinguished speakers from India and abroad. Maybe panel discussion with which I couldn't attend fully, but I just listened the last 2 minutes. That's enough. So a lot of the discussion happened, the communication and thought process. I just appreciate all the panelists and learn immensely and inspired our students and faculty to think beyond conventional boundaries. It's not just a normal boundary, it's a beyond conventional boundaries. So to our students, I would like to leave with a one message. Maybe you can communicate if the students are not there. The future workplace will not ask only, can you code? Can you code it? No, not only code. It will ask, can you communicate your ideas? Maybe coding is a one part, but can you communicate your ideas? Can you work with the diverse teams? This is a questions being asked in the many of the interactions and discussion interviews. Can you solve problems using AI responsibly? Now, can you lead with a wisdom and humanity? These are the questions. So develop these capabilities alongside your technical knowledge. This is important. This is where the humanities and English, the help. Because in the age of AI, your greatest competitive advantage will be your ability to think, communicate, create, and inspire. So as we conclude this summit, let us not see today as the end of the summit. Let it be beginning of a movement where language and technology work together. So this is what I'm just telling for last couple of years for English department. English department just not merely teaching the verbs, nouns, and the grammar. Not that. If you're teaching that I don't require the English professors because verbs and nouns they studied long. No, from the first standard till 10th standard they keep on studying it. That is not that. So your role is basically how you make the language and technology work together. This is important. Okay, number one. So where education prepares responsible innovators, where AI empowers humanity rather than replacing it. We are not replacing it. Okay, and where universities become catalyst for building an intelligent, ethical, and inclusive future. So I conclude with a thought that beautifully captures the spirit of today's summit. Artificial intelligence, AI, may generate answers, but it is human communication that create understanding, builds trust, and transform societies. So this is basically a last, right? So let us continue to learn. Let us continue to innovate. Let us continue to communicate with a purpose. Thank you all for your participation, enthusiasm, and your commitment in shaping the future. I wish each one of you continued success, meaningful collaboration, and safe journey home if you are traveling. So thank you all. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciative words.
Thank you,
and
sir.
acknowledgement of our efforts, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to request everyone to please fill the feedback form because it would really work, for us if we could know your thoughts, your views on the entire AI summit that we planned. So the feedback form link has been shared in the chat box and you all can give your reviews. We are looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rishi, for this invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, JSS University. Thank you, Dr. Nishi, Dr. Jagdish, Dr. Deepa. Thank you so much, the
Thank you, Rolly
organizers.
ma'am,
Thank you
to
so
stay
much.
here, to stay connected. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Ishwar. Thank you, everyone.